Okay, good morning, everyone. So, thanks for joining us on this Saturday. So, we appreciate your interest, towards learning something new. So, those who are new to TechMe 360, I'll just give a small introduction about our community. So, TechMe 360 is an community initiative by Kowai.co, where we do events, focused on Microsoft technologies every month. So, due to this pandemic, we are doing it virtually, and we all before 2 years, like we were also doing in person in Coimbatore. So this is our website techme360.com, and we have our own meetup group called meetup.com/techme360. You can go to that site and you can join the group. So today we have Azure Serverless Saturday. So this is our third edition of this event. So for first two editions were done in Bangalore in Microsoft Office, and this edition we are doing it virtually. And so this is the agenda for today's event. So we are going to have around 7 to 8 sessions, and we are going to see about Azure Functions, Azure Cosmos DB, and storage account and price integration, etc. And if you have any doubts, you can raise it in the comment section. We'll pick it up at the end of the session. So the first session is by Sunny Sharma. So he'll be talking about how to secure your Azure functions. So over to you, Sunny.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Suhas, for the introductions. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining in. I'm super excited to be here on the Saturday morning, and I hope next 30 minutes will be worthy for you. Uh, yeah, I'll ask for the feedback in the comments after I'm done. So yeah, with that, I'm going to stop my video feed and I'm going to share my screen. Let us have a quick introduction about how we can secure our Azure functions. Please allow me one moment. Just setting up how to share my screen over here. Okay, perfect. I hope you're able to see my screen now.
Yes, Sunny.
So yeah, I would not spend much time on my intro here. You know my name already, so let's proceed further. So for next 30 minutes, I'll ensure your time is worthy enough, and we are going to discuss different ways to secure Azure functions. So as of now, there are different triggers available for Azure functions that you know already: timer triggers, blob storage triggers, event grade, SendGrid, Twilio, HTTP, SignalR, and a lot more. But HTTP triggers are what which are mostly exposed in like public domain because they are triggered on demand, triggered ad hoc. Whenever you need, you call it, and that can be shared across different applications, different teams, maybe shared in a public domain. So this is one of the trigger where we need to pay much attention to protect the Azure function. And the talk that we are going to have for next few minutes are centered towards HTTP trigger for most of it. Uh, Other triggers are also possible to be called using HTTP functions, but that's a very different route that you can take. You have something called admin functions, which allows you to run all the functions which you have inside one application, but that's a different use case altogether. For this discussion, I will center my thoughts to HTTP triggers only. So I have outlined 5 ways using which you can secure your Azure functions. There could be other few scenarios related to authorization and authentication in general. For example, if you're creating a function in Microsoft Azure, then you would not like somebody who is not authorized to access the function, like from the management perspective. You would not like if somebody just jumps in and makes some changes in the configuration. That is anyway not possible if somebody is not in your organization or that particular Azure tenant, or you have not authorized. So for those specific reasons, I have cut down all those management aspect related ways to secure the management part of the Azure functions. These five will help you secure your functions, keeping the functions in public domain or maybe shared across a lot of places, and still keep them running with minimal impact. So with that, let's move forward. So this is the most fundamental thing. Whenever you create a new Azure function, by default the function will be accessible over HTTP and HTTPS both. So the first thing we should be doing is we should ensure that we are serving the HTTP trigger functions over HTTPS. It helps provide a secure connection, and yeah, it helps that way. This setting you can find under the root setting for the Azure function, and in that you'll find TLS and SSL settings. Under that you'll find HTTPS only setting. Also ensure that maximum TLS version is selected for the application, because that is what will give you maximum security. Now, one disclaimer I would like to make here, that the UI depiction I'm showing, all the graphic elements I'm showing, it is taken from Microsoft Azure portal as on date, and they are subject to change time to time. So maybe the options you're looking at uh, right now, maybe this HTTPS only option, it is not here and moved somewhere else. That is a possibility. So this is one disclaimer applicable to all the visual depiction that I have collected here, and I'll share. Okay. Now, the second level of protection that you can do is using function access keys. It really makes it harder to access the HTTP functions endpoint. If you do not know the key, you would not be able to access. Anybody who has the key will be able to execute. Now, this gives you a bit harder access. It's not like if you share the access key in public domain, nobody is going to access. They will be able to access. Now, in that scenarios, what we can do, we can rotate the keys. So once we have the keys, you can generate like one more than one key, and if you are aware that hey, that key is exposed or that key is compromised, you can generate a new key and share the new key with all the potential clients or the stakeholders wherever you have shared. So they should be replacing their access key with the new key, and then you can drop the old one key which is exposed. That way, we are going to contain that issue. And if I talk about the function access keys, there are two varieties of keys we have to be attentive of. First is the function keys, which provides access for individual functions. So a function application in Microsoft Azure is a collection of multiple individual functions. One app can contain more than one functions. So if you are getting a function key, it will be particular to that function only. And there is also a concept of host keys. If you are using a host key, then that key will work for all those functions. If you have restricted your functions to be accessible over function key level. So a host key is something is not supposed to be shared in public domain or in general. It is to be kept by the admin team or are used as needed only. There is also something called master key, which gives you all the management aspects of authorization for all the functions inside one function application, and that is not supposed to share. That is not supposed to be kept inside any configuration files or shared in any way until critical. Moving on, you can find the application keys. So this is the host keys you can find under the function application itself. When you explore the function, there is an app key option under which you will see these two keys by default. Now, default key is something you can change, you can rotate. Master key you cannot change or cannot rotate. So even if you think about sharing the host key somewhere, you create a new host key and share that, and keep rotating that if you think so, but do not share or do not expose this master key by any means. Function keys will be found for individual functions. So when you explore all the functions inside your function application, this is one individual function in my function app. Say hello. So when I go access this one, I find five different options here, and under function keys, I would be able to find all the functions keys. I would be able to generate new keys, and I can delete the existing one. This way I can make a rotation of these keys. There is also IP based access restriction. So you can define which IPs are allowed to access your functions, otherwise, do not allow. You can think about active blocking or passive blocking, whatever is suitable for your use cases, but this is also helpful, preventing unauthorized access to your function. This option you can find under the root settings and under networking option. There is something called access restriction. When you click on it, it will present you with the rule addition part where you can add, allow, or deny rules for certain IP address ranges. Based on that, your function will behave. Either it will allow your connection, allow your request, or it will say, hey, this is forbidden. Now, the next one is Azure AD authentication. So, if you have any particular application inside your Azure AD and you would like authenticated users only to be able to access this, you can do that as well. You can configure an enterprise application, uh, an Azure AD application, I mean, and then you can tie that with any particular Azure function. And once you try to hit the URL by any mechanism, either you are hitting that directly. If you have function level access configured, then you're hitting this with function API key. uh, all the cases, it will ask you to log in first and then authorize. If you ask if you provide the necessary permissions, then if you are authorized, then it will trigger that function and will return you the responses. Otherwise it will not. It will say you are not authorized, or if you are not on the configured tenant itself, if you are not part of that Azure Active Directory, it will say you do not have access to this particular application, so it cannot proceed, and direct access would not be allowed. You can find this option under functions root setting under authentication. When you click on this identity add identity provider, then you will see the default applications available here, like Microsoft, Facebook, Google, etc. So depending on what kind of configuration you want here, you can configure. And last and foremost, I would like to discuss what and all you can do with Azure API management, API. So this really helps exposing the services with protection and acceleration and observation. By protection, I mean this gives you, it has a concept of policies, and lots of conditions can be put, like throttling. If you do not want someone to keep hammering your function, you can put a restriction like, hey, do not allow more than 60 calls in 1 minute. If somebody coming from one particular IP address is hammering more than 60 times, block him for the next remaining seconds. So for that rolling minute, it will be blocked. Only the time completes, then you would be able to access this again. We'll see this in a while. It also helps with acceleration. It has some level of caching depending on what kind of tier you have for API service. It has different subscription tiers. Depending on that, it leverages the caching as well on Microsoft Azure. So uh, 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 this will help accelerating the response times here. If something is there in the cache, it is not going to call the function and execute it. It will just give you back the response. We need to put some configuration there. It will really help. And again, the observation part. So you can put some protection and then you can keep observation. If something is happening, you can react accordingly. So there are lots of features in API management. I am going to talk about APIs and policies for most of our. So By using APIs, we are going to use our function. We are going to uh, route our function requests through the APIM, so that we have all the throttling, and then we have other different mechanisms. I also want to show you how you can configure JWT authentication. So the functions can really work as an API endpoint for any spy application or any particular applications. It would not give any feel that hey, you're calling a function. You would be calling a plain endpoint without any function API key, and still that would be secured. And policies are where we can configure all the throttling, all the conditions that we want to check before passing the request back to the Azure functions. So with that, let's quickly try to understand what and all it can help you with. So the policies where we are able to set the throttling, it helps preventing the exhaustion of the function's run quota. Assume that you are running on a consumption plan, and by default Azure Functions comes with a free tier. So if you are not running more than 1 million of execution and uh, I believe 2 GB or 4 GB of calculation bandwidth, then you're not going to pay anything. So if you want to keep your budget under that quota, then you would like to set the throttling in a way that it is not going to exceed that quota, and your expenses are under control. That one good use case here. And the other use case here is it is also helping us prevent any potential attacks. So if somebody is hammering our API in turn the Azure function, and we are preventing that, that means it is not going to first exhaust the function. Second, we are also blocking all the requests then and there. It is not going to hamper any impact or the performance of the Azure function. The other usual requests will keep passing through, and they will keep getting responses as usual. So these two key features or key benefits we can take away from using Azure API management and Azure functions and altogether. So with that, let me quickly take you through the application and explain what I just have told. Give me just 1 second, please. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, so first let's see the function, and then we will look at the Azure APIM. So this is one function I have created. I already have created this for the sake of saving time, because sometimes resource creation might take time. If you are creating APIM, that could take 3 to 4 minutes easily. So if you see here, we discussed how you can access the application keys. This is where you can see the host keys and all. You can create new host keys. You can delete the existing ones. If you pay attention, the master key does not have a delete button, so you cannot delete it. This is once shared, you cannot take it back. And then we can go inside individual functions. I'm looking at 3 different functions. If I go inside any one, I have a function keys option in there. So this key is very particular to this say hello function only. This key will not be applicable for say hello to or admin function. And you can rotate this key in similar way that we can do for host keys. You can even delete all the keys and generate them fresh. There is no master key concept here. Let's come back to the settings. And next, let us see the configuration, how you allow HTTPS only. We explore this TLS SSL settings here, and we turn it on, and that's it. All the HTTP requests, they will be redirected here. So in turn, we are not serving any request over HTTP. And the maximum TLS is selected by default, but yeah, further if you see further TLS version enhancements, that mean there are more security patches, more security enhancements, and we should be at the maximum level here. You can also configure a custom domain, which is a different thing altogether, which I'm not covering in this part. Again, coming to authentication part, you can select an identity provider here and select which provider you would like to. If there is something which is not available to, it might belong to OpenID Connect configuration. You can choose this and provide all the information using which it can configure the OAuth, implicit flow, explicit flow, whatever you have configured. I have done this configuration for one of the other function. I'll come to that. Before that, let's quickly look at the networking. If you go to access restriction under networking, by default, there is one rule which says allow all. Because of this only, we are able to access this function. If this rule is not there, by default, Azure has least access mechanism. If this rule would not be here, it would not be accessible. As soon you add a new rule, the priority of this rule will shift at bottom, and this rule will take the least priority, the first priority. I mean, if you want to block any IP address, or if you want to allow certain IP address, you can say so, and you can provide an IP address range, and once added, this will be applicable. So, for example, if I say deny, and for example, I'm going to add, let's say I want to allow my IP address only. So I'm taking this public IP. There are other different ways of allowing a VNet integration with this. So you can create a VNet virtual network here, and you can tie that virtual network address here. And using that virtual network, only the internal applications will be able to access the function. It will not be accessible in public domain by any means. So if I say allow my IP address only, then from a different address, it will not be accessible. I would not be able to verify that here, or I can like set a different IP and then try accessing here on my machine, and it would not serve. So maybe I try doing something like this. This is what I would like to allow, which is not my IP, and will try to access this function. Let's set this priority to 300. So while this is running, just a quick check. I'm not able to see your comments or questions. I believe we have Suhas. Suhas, if we have any questions, please shoot it. In between, we
Sure.
can keep checking. Thank you so much. So we have this rule now, and if I try to access this, I mean any function from this function app, I should not be able to if it is not into my IP range. Okay, it seems I'm having some internet slowness. Can I refresh? Okay, no problem. Let's quickly look at the other function that we have. Yeah, so that way you can create IP restrictions. You can add what you need based on like allow or deny, active passive blocking. You can do that. And let me quickly show you how you can provide authentication provider. So here, if you see, I have added one application. I have said it is Microsoft. This application is also configured in one of the tenants that I have here only. So I have set up one B2C tenant, and there we have this application. And that application is supposed to handle the implicit OAuth flow. So we'll see how we are getting the access token from that application, and we are able to allow uh, the access for this particular function. This is not that B2C. Great. So here, if you see, I have created two different applications. One serves as a front end, and one serves as a back end, which handles the workflow and has certain scopes using which we, using those scopes coming from the backend application, we use those responses on the front end application and make certain decisions. I'll show you how that application looks like. But first, I wanted to show you this application here. So this has certain APIs exposed. It has one API exposed here, which is configured again in front-end application with certain API permissions with different scopes. For example, for this example, I have created only one scope, and it is very vague. I have said it hello. It could be read, it could be write, it could be so much granular permissions as in a scope that you can set. So when it gets this scope after the validation, after the login is done, then it proceeds toward taking that access token and call the function. So what I did is I configured one SPA application over static websites. So let's quickly look at this. I'm going into this resource group, and then I have a storage account, and the storage account v2, it allows you to configure a static website. It gives you one special folder called $web. There you can add your index files. So I have said my main file is index.html, and that is the file it will look for while serving. This is my endpoint of the static website. So let me try accessing this website here. You see, there is nothing much in the middle. Let me try to zoom in. So this is all it has. It has one header which says sign in, and then it has a message. Like if you are not signed in, it will tell you this. So since I have a different account here and I have a different user configured for this tenant, I'm going to log into incognito, where I have logged in already. But yeah, let me pull that information here on the screen. So this is one user which has authorized already on this particular application. So if I just go here, it brings in this page, and when I say sign in, it takes me to Microsoft Azure login mechanism where I have already signed in. If you look at my request here, I'll just try to zoom in. If you see, it is calling the OpenID configuration on this particular domain, and from there it is getting some claims. Based on that, it is making the next request, getting the token, and here's the magic. Now I'm trying to call this API. This API is configured in API management gateway. So let me quickly jump to API management gateway and show you how it is configured there. So here under APIs, I have collected this function. So the function I just showed you, uh, I'm switching back to the function for a moment. It has only one function. It says hello. I'm sorry for running over a few more minutes. I hope that is okay. So as please feel free to stop me. So
Sure, Simon.
this function will give you a string in return, and it will just tell the current date and time. That's it. So we have configured this particular accessing this particular function URL back in APIM. You can add as many depending on your subscription here. I'll talk about this only. So here, if we see, we have configured certain restrictions. Now, if I come here and I'll say, since I have applied this conditioning or policy on all the APIs here, uh, uh, it will show up like this. So this has a course restriction as well. This has a JWT validation. So in this JWT validation, I have set that the origin should be this application only, and then this is the OAuth login URL using which the user can be asked and can present his validity if he is a valid user or not, and this is the valid issuer. So utilizing these credentials, APIM will block all the individual requests which are coming on these endpoints. So for this, we have an endpoint called hello, and if I want to look at what is this URL here, this is the base URL, and on top, if you add slash hello, that will become the function URL. So if I go here and I try to access this hello, let's see what is the response. It's saying 401 unauthorized access token is missing or valid. Now I'm going to call the same function but from this application now. What it is going to do here is it is going to call the same endpoint, but it will call it using along with the access token. So this access token will be processed by the API management gateway and will be validated. If it is a valid token, then the request will be allowed to pass through to the function and will get back to you with the response. Otherwise, it will say invalid. So let me try to call the API now, and let's look at the request here. It is the same URL if you see. We just called this and we were getting 401, but when I'm calling this along with an access token, it's a JWT token, then I'm able to call this function. So this is what API management gateway is doing here. It is blocking all the unauthenticated requests because we have configured to validate a JWT token here. You can call as many times, it will always pass through the access token. You can see that for yourself that it is passing an authorization header and the bearer contains the token. So that's how you can secure your functions maximum if you are utilizing APIM. Now, this particular security is applicable for all the web apps application services in Microsoft Azure. If you know, Azure Functions is also based on web services platform only. So Azure Web Application Service and Functions App Service, the fundamental platform is same. So the same security can be applied over any web application endpoints as well. So yeah, I hope you find that useful. I'm sorry for running over a few minutes. Now, one aspect I missed is when you are trying to bind your function, map your function inside APIM, you don't have to call the function using the function key. For example, if I'm coming here and I'm trying to map in any function, I'll take this one as an example. So let's say there is this SS demo March 9 and there is this say hello. So we may have configured a function level access wherein if you are accessing this function individually you have to pass a function key, but when you configure this here it will not necessarily require you to pass a function key. Since the request is handled by APIM, it will automatically pass a function key internally. You just have to call this at say hello and do not have to include any function key. So along with this there are lots of into the policies. I have just accounted few. Explore, I do recommend and encourage you to explore this policy in the APIM. There are lots of conditioning that helps you build a very reliable and robust and scalable application, Azure function, sorry, Microsoft Azure function, and protect it and secure it. So yeah, with that, I would like to call my session here. Thank you very much for listening, and hope you find that useful. Please let me know your feedback in the comments. Thank you. Over to you, Suhas. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Ani. So that's a quick question from Surya. Like, how to learn these functions if you don't have prior knowledge of Azure?
Okay, that's a great question, Surya. Since you're saying you do not have knowledge of Azure, I would recommend you start with the basics. Try working on Microsoft Azure web application. You can even, there are lots of getting starters from Microsoft documentation. I'll share those links momentarily onto the chat only, and you can get started from there. I think that will
Okay.
be a good starting point.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Sunny. So thanks for the session, guys. If you have any doubts, you can reach out to him. So this is Twitter handle Pro Sunny Sharma. If you have any doubts regarding this session, you can reach out to him. So once again, thanks, Sunny. So thanks for the session.
Thanks, us. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. So the next session is by Dinesh. So he'll be talking about Azure Synapse Link for Azure Cosmos DB. So over to you, Dinesh.
Thank you.
Yep.
So, okay, I should share my screen. Let me do it.
Yes.
Okay. So my screen is visible. Thanks, guys, for taking your time on Saturday to learn new things. And as told earlier, I'm going to talk about Azure Synapse Link for Cosmos DB to do cloud native HTAP, that is hybrid transactional analytical processing. So myself, Dinesh Kumar, just a quick intro. I work as a product manager for the analytics squad at Kissflow, and I love Azure and of course low code as well. And also, I believe the growth happens both for the speakers and also the attendees by doing the knowledge sharing via tech communities. And also, I'm a Microsoft Data Platform MVP, and let's dive into the talk. So this will be my quick agenda. Like, let us talk about some basic factors, right? Some basic concepts. What lies behind Azure Synapse Analytics and Azure Cosmos DB? Why these services exist, and what kind of use cases that have been solved, right? So for that, I'd like to decouple the architecture itself, and would like to tell what a storage means, what computation means, and then what OLTP is and what OLAP is. All these terminologies we would have heard many times. We would have came across many times. I'd like to just dive in deep and uh, uh, just walk you through in a very simple terms. That's what I'm aiming for. And then, of course, let's see what Azure Synapse Link is about. That is a new service which has been launched in the last year's Ignite. And of course, after a detailed demo, let's see when to use Azure Synapse Link, right? When it is relevant to use, and when, of course, when it is not relevant to use as well. And what I'm thinking is, let me just start from the end itself. So let me just show you a glimpse of demo what this is all about, and then I'll go back to the slides itself. So here I have Azure Cosmos DB, and that has been created as SQL API, and I have three containers, and within that I have set of data as well. So as you could see, it is not a plain rows and columns data. It is having a kind of semi-structured data, like as you see here, location is having as a second level, the with a name called type, and the value called point. And again, there is another sublevel that has been opened, which is nothing but as a kind of array, so coordinates with two values in it, right? So as you could see here, this data is present in Cosmos DB, right? I know that you can query this Cosmos DB data via different APIs, via different queries itself, via the SQL API queries itself. But what happens, right? So generally Cosmos DB will be used for a product itself, right? To handle an entire product. Even you could see this Microsoft Azure, the whole Microsoft Azure runs behind the Cosmos DB only, right? So how much weightage it would be handling, right? So it would be incurring more workload for this business, for running this business application itself. But products would need additional things as well, which is analytics needs, right? So for those analytics needs, again, the same Cosmos DB is being queried, right? So in that case, what happens is both the workloads just dump into one system, one database system, and that database system doesn't may not be able to serve better, right? So for that scenario only, we will be generally connecting the Cosmos DB data into systems like Azure Synapse Analytics, right? So let me show you this thing. So here I have a Cosmos DB that has been connected, and you could see that I have the database, the container from Cosmos DB, which has been marked here, right? The Northwind database. So as you could see, I can query this Northwind database in in Synapse Analytics. I can get the result, and everything is fine, right? So why Synapse Analytics, right? Sorry. Why this Synapse link? uh, a new service. I'm able to query in Cosmos DB itself, get the result. I'm able to query Cosmos DB data in Synapse Analytics by connecting Azure Cosmos DB also, right? Without Synapse Link itself. Then what is this new service, Azure Synapse Link? Why it is being brought, right? So just park this question aside. I'll go back to slide, and we'll get started with the talk itself, right? So let's see some basic things: storage and compute, right? So in your laptop or in your desktop, whichever you are having, so there will be two kinds of storages, right? ROM and RAM. That is hard disk, and the other one is processor, right? Usually the hard disk will be having 1 terabyte and kind of thing. And how about the RAM space? It will be usually around 8 GB to 16 GB, or maybe 32 GB, right? Mostly it will be 8 GB and 16 GB only. Why this parity, right? So storage, we have enormous space, but whereas for the computation, that is the RAM space, it will be limited space only, because it always serves as a hot layer, right? So storage always serves as a cool layer. Okay, so before a decade, right, the databases has been designed uh, with the tight coupling of the storage and compute. Let's go back to 15 years back, right? There are databases like SQL Server, Oracle, PostgreSQL, MySQL, whatever, all the database, all the RDBMS database. In all those things, if you want to scale up the potential of SQL Server or MySQL or PostgreSQL, just go back to 15 years or 10 years back, you need to increase your machine's RAM space, right? So you need to increase your machine space, either if storage gets increased or compute gets increased, right? So it's always a tight combination. Before a decade, the storage and compute are always getting tied together, right? So, and again, let me explain you. Storage is nothing but the data that gets stored. Compute is nothing but the computation that happens. For the SQL query, we hit on the server, some computation will be happening, and we get the result, right? That computation, right? So this is what I mean, storage and compute, right? So this was before the decade. The storage and decade will be tightly coupled, whereas now this storage and compute tightly coupled architecture uh, uh, has been re-architected, and it is decoupled, so that you can increase storage alone, decrease storage, or increase compute or decrease compute. You can independently scale up or scale down storage or compute, right? And you can also use the compute over different storages. Or the other hand, you can analyze same data that has been stored in one storage in different compute environments, right? So let me tell with a simple example. You might have your data stored in Azure Data Lake. Over the data, you can query with multiple different environments. You can fetch the data lake data, and query that in a Hadoop big data environment. You can fetch the data, query that in a SQL environment, right? So the storage and compute layer has been totally separated, right? So these are few points of the advantages why this storage and compute decoupling makes sense, right? So of course it is shared data storage. We'll be having the data gets stored in one place that can be computed in different environments. Example, there would be a BAE team, there would be a data scientist team, there would be a product management team. Different people who do use the same data from one place, and they can use it on their own compute environment. Similarly, you can manage the workload. You can scale up and scale down independently. And of course, the data protection, when the cloud paradigm has entered, and everything that has the provisioning happening on cloud for storage, for compute, everything, the data protection is a very big advantage, right? So because the giants like Microsoft Azure, always they'll ensure that the latest security standards are being followed, and they'll always do the patch fixes throughout all their storage and compute environments. So we can totally rely on the provider that the security is up to date. And now again, let's talk about this basic pattern. You would have heard this word OLTP and OLAP, right? Online transaction processing and online analytics processing. Usually a product will always have both these services within that architecture, right? Let me tell you an example. Let's consider a normal B2C product, Swiggy, right? So when you see Swiggy in your mobile app, you will be able to see the list of hotels, and each hotel, what are all the foods they are serving. Or the other way, you can search for the food, and what are all hotels that can serve the food in your particular area. All those filtering, grouping, and selecting, booking order, doing payment, everything happens, right? All those things happen via different OLTP databases in the application layer, right? There will be a billing system, there will be a CRM system, there will be a order management system. For that, everything, there will be separate databases. All those serves for the application level, right? How quick the application scales up, or how faster the downloads are happening of Swiggy app. These OLTP databases will be scaled up accordingly, and that serves the application part, right? Now let us see the other end. Once you have installed Swiggy and ordered for the first time, and you'll probably get some notifications or some recommendations or some coupons and all those things, right? All these happens from the analytics side, right? So based on your personal data and your location, the hotels available around you, the income level which Swiggy would be guessing, with all those parameters, and based on your previous order information, from the OLTP databases, the analytics layer that starts happening, and all those crunching happens over your data, and the Swiggy will be showing you the recommended recommended foods, right? So, or offers, so and so things, to boost up Swiggy sales. It's all common in all the products. Either it could be Amazon.com, either it could be Swiggy, or either it could be a Flipkart, whatever it may be, right? So it's a common thing between these two OLTP databases and OLAP database. There will be a middleware layer called ETL, extract, transform, and load, right? So because the OLTP databases will be different, it could be SQL Server, it could be Cosmos DB, it could be MongoDB, or so and so. Whereas OLAP will be totally different databases. It could be Snowflake, or it could be Azure SQL Data Warehouse, or it could be Teradata, whatever it may be. Okay, so the data has to be fetched from OLTP databases. There will be some transformations happening in between, and the modified or the transformed data will be stored in OLAP databases, right? So OLAP's purpose is not just to be as a placeholder to store the transformed data. Okay, what I mean by transformed data is in Swiggy's app, right? So let's consider Uber in this case, and Uber is present all over the world, right? Uh, in India, the date and format will be date, month, and year. In US, the format differs: month, date, and year, right? So in this case, different customers will be having different date patterns. So for a centralized data store to do analysis across different countries, those date column should be transformed with a unique timestamp, right? So maybe it can be converted into Unix timestamp in the ETL layer, and it might be stored into the OLAP database, right? So like this, OLAP's OLAP database purpose is one to store the transformed data, and other purpose is to do the analytics query without affecting the uh, business layer, right? So to show the recommendations, the app should not get slow, right? Because recommendation engine is running, so database is busy, so the app might be running slow. The architect cannot say like that, right? The business app should run independently, and the recommendation engine should run independently. So that's what these two do. This runs for the business app, and this runs for the recommendation engine. So let me tell few more differences which I have stated here. So a OLTP database's basic functionality would be to serve the day-to-day transaction queries, right? What is the number of items available in a particular hotel, or what is the number of hotels that can do food delivery in this night time, right? Mostly the present tense. Whereas the OLAP databases, they will do the serving purpose for the past historical data, right? And usage will be the OLTP databases will be very often it will be repetitive. The same query might repeat, and often the transaction would hit frequently, right? Whereas ad hoc, the OLAP will be ad hoc analysis. When there is a business need, or when there is a business question, a data scientist guy or a BI guy or a data analyst would come in, do submit a query and get some result. And when it comes to the type of queries that run, right? So when it is OLTP, mostly it will be CRUD type of query: create, read, update, and delete, right? So of course read is there, but in case of OLAP, there won't be much writes happening, right? Except this ETL. Mostly there will be only select queries that will be very complex select queries. Multiple tables will be joined together. There will be multiple group bys, multiple having column, formula columns. All those things will be happening. So you might think that why I'm talking these different concepts, right? Now I'll get into that. So um, you and also another thing is the storage pattern, or the data storage pattern between the OLTP and OLAP itself will be different. Let me show this with this example. So here you could see that this is nothing but OLTP database. Mostly they'll be storing the database row oriented, where you could see that there will be a primary key, and some customer ID, customer first name, customer last name, and some salary kind of thing, right? So you could see that the data is being stored as row wise, right? Whereas when it is column oriented, the data that gets stored in this row format, it's totally transformed to store as column format, right? So here you could see that this 001, right? This 001 will be mapped with all the all the columns, each and every column of that particular row, right? So as you could see here, right? And also you could see the difference that this primary key, or the ID gets added to all the columns, right? You might think that why additionally the data gets stored. It is actually a headache for the database, right? Then what is the advantage of this, right? So what happens is, what this columnar databases will do behind the screen is, it will map the relevant data for the same ID. For example, 002 also having Jones, 004 also having Jones here, right? So in this case, Jones will be mapped to both these column IDs, right? So when you search for Jones, it will easily fetch that, okay, Jones is an ID that is present in two different rows, right? It will be the query computation will be faster, and the result also will be faster, right? And also just think that if I am computing a salary column in this row database, for this particular salary column, all these rows have to be fetched, manipulated, and produce some result. But whereas when it comes to a column oriented database, when the salary column is being analyzed, it is just one particular column, that's all. all other columns will be ignored, and this one particular column alone will be fetched, did the computation, and the result will be delivered faster. That is why there is two different kind of databases. One to serve for the business purpose, sorry, one to serve for the application level, and one to serve for the analytics level. So now let us come to the actual thing, right? The Cosmos DB and Synapse Link. So this is the architecture of Synapse Link. I'll explain what it is. So usually, you all know that Azure Cosmos DB is a data store, is a NoSQL data store, which can serve for the application purposes of a database. Let's consider the same example, Swiggy. Swiggy is using Azure Cosmos DB for its application layer, right? So for this application layer, the data will be stored in raw format, and all the transaction-oriented reads and writes are happening in this raw format, right? So Swiggy cannot directly rely on this row store database to do all the analytics data store also, right? So they will definitely do some ETL and store the data into somewhere. In this case, Swiggy need to manage this ETL layer and this overlap layer additionally, mainly this ETL layer. They have to manage this ETL layer. They have to ensure that the data is getting synced properly, no data loss is happening, and all those things. It is really a painful job, guys. But what Azure Cosmos DB has did is they have inbuiltly itself, they have enabled something called as analytical store, right? So the row based stored data will be automatically stored into column stored data, right? That is optimized for analytics queries, as I told earlier. If it is row based, all the rows has to be scanned. When it's stored as column based, only one that particular column scanning is enough, right? So uh, Azure Cosmos DB itself will auto sync the data from transaction store into analytics store. And of course, for this auto sync, your resource unit, that is, you will not be billed at all, right? So this auto syncs happen automatically once you enable that option in Azure Cosmos DB, which I'll also show you in a few minutes. And not just this, right? You need to query the data, right? For querying the data, to analyze the data, you need another environment called Synapse Analytics. And again, you need not write scripts or do some ETL to move the column store data from Azure Cosmos DB to Azure Synapse Analytics. The cloud native HTAP, this Azure Synapse Link itself will be serving you as a bridge to accept the SQL queries which has been written in Synapse Analytics over the data present in Cosmos DB, and fetch you the results as you need, right? So it not just stops with between the Azure Cosmos DB and Synapse Analytics. You can also query data from different storages as well, which you might have it stored in Azure Data Lake, and you can simply take the data via Azure Synapse Link and analyze in either Spark or in Synapse SQL serverless mode. So I'll quickly show you the demo again. So what I have did in the demo is I have enabled the analytics store in the respective Azure Cosmos DB container. That is first step. Second, I have created the Cosmos DB linked service in Synapse Studio, right? So the third thing is I can query the data from Cosmos DB as transactional SQL statement itself, right? Okay. And fourth is I can query the same Cosmos DB data using Apache Spark and create a data frame, and I can analyze it as well. So these four artifacts I'm going to show you in the demo. So coming back to this demo screen, I'm again in the Cosmos DB container, where let me open up the features tab, and you could see that the feature Azure Synapse Link is in enabled status, right? So let me zoom in a bit. Okay, so you could see that Azure Synapse Link is in the on status, right? And let me get back to the Explorer page, and you could see that I have the data present in Cosmos DB, where it is having different columns and even different types as well. It is actually a JSON data, right? So this is the first step, what I told. And next thing is to connect the data from Cosmos DB to play within Synapse Analytics Studio. I need to create a linked service. So as you see here, this is Synapse, Azure Synapse Studio, and I have here this home, data, develop, and all these tabs. And right now I'm in the data tab, and in this data tab, you could see that there is a plus icon near the data, and just clicking on that, just select the connect to external data, because Cosmos DB is external thing, right? So you just need to select the relevant API and click on continue, and you could see that from which subscription it need to be fetched, and you could easily fetch the Azure Cosmos DB account name and just select the database name, and that's it. So once you click create, the link will get established, and you could see the database over here. So for this demo purpose, and as I'm running short of time, I'll quickly show the already connected thing. So as you could see here, I have two Cosmos DB connections, right? Why I literally selected this two Cosmos DB connection is both are same. This within the sample DB, you could see that this Northwind container, right? And within this Volcano data DB, you could see the Volcano container. Both these containers I have connected in Azure Synapse, but you could see the slight icon difference. Let me zoom in this as well. So you could see the slight icon difference, right? There is a column chart present at the corner of this icon, right? Whereas this icon doesn't have that, which means for this container, the analytics store has been enabled, right? And for this container, analytics store is not enabled, right? So as I told earlier, you need to enable this analytics store. Only then the row wise storing data will be also additionally stored in column wise, right? For not for all the containers, Cosmos DB will be storing this row wise into column wise. It is just for the selected thing which you have configured. So that's why I just intentionally connected both these containers, and you could see the difference, right? So let me open up this Volcano data in two different ways. One, let me query it via SQL, right? So in this in this query editor, you could see that I have written the raw SQL query over the data present in Cosmos DB, right? This is very raw SQL query, guys. It is not. It is more capable than this particular SQL query, right? The SQL API. There are a lot of limitations in this SQL API. You cannot do multiple joins. You cannot simply play like a transactional SQL kind of queries over this Cosmos DB directly. But when you have enabled this analytics store kind of data, and via this Synapse link, using this open row set function, you can query data from Cosmos DB as the transactional SQL query itself, right? You can do joins, you can do group bys, you can do create formula columns and all those things within this Synapse Studio itself or the Cosmos DB data, right? So it is as simple as that. But you just need this open row set function. That's the main thing. And of course, you need to have a serverless pool to accept this computation, right? Coming back to my previous slide, while this query is running, I'll show you the reason why I showed this slide, right? So in this demo, the storage layer is nothing but the Azure Cosmos DB, and the computation layer is nothing but the serverless SQL pool that is present within Azure Synapse Analytics, right? So you can clearly see that the storage and computation is totally separated, right? So let me see. Yeah, the query has run. And you could see that here the connection is being established with the built-in serverless pool, right? You can also create additional pool as well. And this particular pool is dedicatedly created for the computation, right? So, and of course, the data is present, the storage data is from the Cosmos DB, right? So you have the storage and computation decoupled architecture as a live demo as I show you now. And not just this, you can also view this data not only in the table format, you can also view this data in a chart format also. You can choose different charts, area chart, bar chart, column chart, pie chart, and you can choose which one to category and which one to show as legend, and which one to, and of course where that legend has to be positioned as well. So you can have all those privileges to play over the data from within this place itself. And not just this, whichever tool that can accept transactional SQL data, you can play as transactional SQL query over the Cosmos DB data via this feature itself. For example, you can simply connect with Power BI or even even the SQL Server Management Studio or Azure Data Studio over this Cosmos DB data via the same SQL query. So let me also show you another thing. Of course, who will be writing SQL queries? The data analysts, those who know the SQL query, right? And there are the other set of audience as well. They are nothing but the data scientists, right? They would need to write Python scripts and to run that Python's scripts. Obviously, they'll use environments like Apache Spark, right? The open source environment. So let me run this query. And of course, here also you could see that for doing this analytics, that is doing the analytics over Apache Spark, I have created a separate pool, right? I have created a Spark pool over here, and even I can, while this query is running, I can show you the this pool what it has been present for. So to run this Apache Spark query, I need to create an environment, right? And as you could see, the configuration, I have selected a small node size with 4 cores and 32 GB of thing, and I have configured it as the number of nodes to be 8 nodes, and I have disabled the auto scaling, right? Because this is not a production environment, so I just disabled the auto scaling thing. And I as you could see that .NET for Apache Spark version is 2.0, and the actual Spark version is 3.1. The Scala version is 2.12. Python version, which I have used for the querying, it is 3.8, right? So let's go back to the query and let's see what happens over here. Yeah, I think just the job is getting run. Let us see. Let us wait for a few more seconds and say, let's see what is happening. And of course, while the Spark query is running over here, you can also open up the Spark UI, and the native Apache Spark people can see what is happening, what are the status that are crossed, what are the jobs that have been passed in the Apache Spark itself. So as the query has run, let me quickly display the schema of that particular volcano table. As you could see, the volcano name, country, region, location, and that has the sub type, the next level type coordinates, and again that has this next level element, right? As I shown you here, volcano name, country, region, location, type coordinates, right? So the same data you're able to query in Spark apart from SQL as well, right? And of course, let me do a quick query, right? By playing a group by over country to see the number of volcanoes that is present by country, right? So as you could see that there are the number of volcanoes that has been present in different countries are grouped and shown over here, and we could see that Russia is having more number of volcanoes than any other country. And yeah, let us go back to this Spark UI, which I have told, right? All these jobs that are getting executed in Spark, and you can seamlessly see what is happening behind, right? Mostly for the successful jobs, we might not see what is happening behind. But in case of any failures, right? Not just the error messages that are shown in this Jupyter notebook will be enough. You need to see what is happening behind, and what are the stages that have the same query that have passed, and what is the environment, and what is the number of executors, and each executor what it has did, where it has failed, and what is the error logs that has been filed. All these things you need to do, you can check out, right? So just think, before a decade or before 5 years, there will be a Linux guy who will be installing Apache Spark in his machine, doing all these parts just submitted in there, and he'll be checking these log files on all these together, right? But now, just think now how the technology has scaled. I'm using the Mac laptop, and in that Mac laptop, I have opened the browser, and I'm playing a very enormous uh, and, collection of services, right? I have used Synapse, I have used Cosmos, I have used Apache Spark, I have used SQL, and all these things within this 30 minutes of time, right? So let me go back to the slide. You could see all these magics, right? Okay, Synapse can do all this and this and this, but also you need to be sure that when to use Synapse Link and when not to use, right? You can also you can flip the same sentence when not to use, of course, right? So when you can use Synapse Link, definitely if you are very sure that no much ETL is needed at your or you don't need an ETL powerful ETL layer in between your transactional and analytics space, right? In this case, you can obviously choose Synapse Link, and of course, there shouldn't be any buggy data in the transaction system, right? Usually, the buggy data in the transaction databases will be corrected and stored in analytics data, right? But in this case, it is not possible because the ETL layer, we don't have that control. Just it happens automatically from the transaction to analytics store by Cosmos DB itself, right? So we don't have much control. And the second point is, as I told earlier, you can still connect Cosmos DB data in Synapse Studio and write Python scripts over it, right? But you can prefer to use Synapse links when you have large scale analytics data, when you have huge data, okay? In that case, definitely you can choose Synapse link, not for very small data, right? And of course, you cannot play as SQL with a direct integration between Cosmos and Synapse. You need, if you want to play as SQL queries or as transactional SQL queries, you need this Azure Synapse link, right? And the fourth point is, if you have some a very complex JSON structure that is being stored in Azure Cosmos DB, means it is not recommended to use this architecture. Definitely, you would need a strong ETL layer in between, right? Because, for example, in MongoDB, you can even store tables within tables, and even tables within that tables. Tables itself you can store in multiple levels, right? That much level of complex data, if you have in Cosmos DB, then I might not recommend this easy approach of having this automatic transactional and analytic environment. At least a basic level of maturity that schema should be having for the data getting played over analytics. And of course, these are few resources where you could see you can get some good information about this Azure Synapse Link, when to use, and how to use the step-by-step instruction to play over the demo and all those things. And of course, thank you. I'll end my talk now.
Yep. Thanks, Dinesh. Thanks for the talk. Like, if you have any doubts, you can reach out to him to his, Twitter or LinkedIn. Like, I'll post the handle in the description. So once again, thanks for the clear demo, Dinesh. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. And next up, we have Muralidharan. So he'll be talking about how to implement dependency injection on Azure Functions. So over to you, Murali.
Thank you, Sugash. So let me share my screen.
Sure.
Hope everyone is able to see my screen. Okay, so
Yes.
thank you. So that was a wonderful session from Sunny as well as Dinesh. So Dinesh has given insight about the Apache Spark as well as the Synapse database and also that was wonderful. So today I'll be covering up the implementing the dependency injections on Azure Functions. So I'm working as associate director in a company called Quanticate. So here is my Twitter and other links. So today's agenda, so we'll be seeing what is Azure function and what is dependency injections. Then we will be creating a very simple Azure function. Then we will be converting that simple Azure function into the DI enabled Azure function. Then we will be deploying that Azure functions, and then we will be seeing the demo. First, let's get in start into the Azure function. So what is Azure function? This is very basic. So Azure function is a serverless compute services that will be triggered based on an event based, either it can be on a with code or without code. So that is the one. So it's a trigger based event services. So it's called the Azure functions. So it's a serverless as well. So there won't be any physical server. Everything will be there. It's running on a virtual machines, and the machine will be instantly switched on by the Azure, and it will be shut down once the service is served. So let's get into the dependency injection. So before getting into the dependency injection, so we need to see what is the solid principles. So in OOPS, we have a principle called solid principles. So that denotes like an each letter, it has an acronym. So S means a single responsibility principle, O means open close principle, L means list of substitution principle, and I for the interface segregation principle, D for dependency inversions principle. So let's see only the dependency injections now. So what is dependency injection? So basically we are trying to decouple two different classes. So basically we are trying to decouple the classes so that the dependency will be reduced. So we will be defining at the runtime so which class to be loaded to enable some of the services. So basically we have two levels of classes: high level classes and the low level classes. The high level class, for example, the UI or any other layer should not depend upon the database connectivity layers. So it's a very simple example. Tomorrow if we change the connections of the database, it should not affect the other parts of the code. So that is the loosely coupled things. So what is the advantages of dependency injection? So it reduces the class coupling. So we'll be doing a decoupling, and it uses the increasing the code reusability. So we no need to rewrite the code everywhere. So we can implement those methods whichever we define in the interfaces. So it will be it will be increase the reusability, and code maintainability will be easy. And the important thing is we can make it as a unit test possible. So we can use that interfaces for our unit test cases. So here is one of the example you can see here. So we have the DB Connect, where so we have class called SQL DB Connect, and the SQL DB Connect is used in a class called email checker. So it is directly coupled. So tomorrow if you are going to use an Oracle database, then we need to come back the email checker classes. Then we need to make a lot of code tweaks, and we need to test the application again, whether for the impacts and everything. To avoid this, we can create an interface called idb connects. Then it has a method called connect. Okay, so then we can implement this interfaces on for the SQL server. So we can create a class called SQL connections, and we can implement the interface called idb connect, and we can use it. Okay, so if you look at the email checker, so it uses the idb, it uses the interface, it is not using the directly to the SQL connection. So the SQL connection will be passed in the runtime as a constructor. So you can see in the constructor email check, so it is getting passed as a SQL DB connections, and it will be assigned, and these SQL connections will be used for the later cases. So the same case, it can be applicable when you want to use the Oracle connection. So there won't be any changes in the code. So only thing is you need to pass dynamically to the Oracle connections to the constructor. Okay. So now let's get into the Azure function. I just captured all the screenshots in case if something goes wrong during the live demo. So we'll be creating a very simple Azure functions, and we will be using the anonymous authentications, and we will be using the HTTP trigger as our trigger point as a event. Then we'll be executing. So once the Azure function is created, so you can see it will be very similar to this. And when you execute, you can see the port number 7071, it is running the URL called API/functions. When you hit this, so you can see the output something very similar to this. So there are two things is there. So one is without passing the parameters, it's returned everything. When you pass the parameter, it returns on different results. So this is the default kind of a hello world functions which exist when you create a new Azure functions. Okay, so now what we are going to do is, so we are trying to implement the dependency injection. So I'm going to create a interfaces called iNotification services. So it will be having a method called send notifications. It just sends the notifications to the customer by giving the email or the message subject or the notification subject on the message. Okay, so then what I had done is, so I have implemented this I notification services into an SMS notifications. So basically it picks up the customer mobile number and sends the SMS notifications to the customer based on the event triggered. So the same thing I can be implemented to bring this dependency injection. So we need to install, these are the two the packages. So one is the Microsoft Azure Functions extensions and the Microsoft Extension Dependency Injection. So these two we need to be installed. Once we installed, we have to enable the constructor. The basically we need to register the dependency injection in the startup class. So we have to define something very similar to this. Once we defined, then we will be changing the default Azure function classes into the DI enabled function. So you can see here we'll be removing the constructor and the dependency injections getting passed. The I notification server injection is getting passed and it will be used to send the notifications. Okay, so once we send this, so you can see the output something similar to this. And so this is the another, so initially we have sent only the email notifications. Now I wanted to send the SMS notifications as well. So we can just simply add these informations into the startup class. Then we can bring those informations, the I enumerable notification services, because we have multiple injectors we have injected. So then we can use the I enumerable and we can send the multiple notifications. So tomorrow if you are implementing an app based any notifications, then simply you can add this here as the app notification services by implementing the I notification services. That's also will be served automatically. Okay, so you can see here once when we debug, so you can see the notifications, what are the notification services are available. So once we are running the application, so you can see the output something very similar. So then later we will be publishing it. So first let's get into the demo. So let me share my browser. Sorry, let me open Visual Studio. I'll go and create new project. So I'll be choosing the Azure Functions. So I'll be leaving as it is and don't want to change. So here we will be using the HTTP trigger and we are not going to use any storage emulators. Then we will be using the authorization level is anonymous. Okay, so now the plain vanilla Azure function is created. So if you run this, you can see the output here. Cool, that's unexpected. It says it's running, so let's see it. So we got the console, it says it's running. Let me bring the browser as well. Okay, so it says it's running on the port 7071. So then let's go and run this. So this will be a very basic Azure function runs here. So you can see here we got the output. So if we pass the query string parameter as mentioned in the Azure code, the functions code. So you can see here, so when we pass the query string, then it returns a different results. If not, it returns the differences. This is fine. So now let's bring this application into an AI enabled the DI enabled application. So let me go ahead and add new project as for the classes. I'll go and add new project. I'll be adding a class library project which uses a C#. Then I'm leaving as a DI service demo. So I'm using default .NET 6. So we got the class now. So I'll go ahead and make this class, sorry, as customer class just to store some data. So we'll be adding a couple of properties for name and all. So we'll add a string name. So then we'll create mobile and email as well. Okay, so we created the class. Okay, so now let's add the interface. So we'll be calling this as a iNotification interface. We added this class, so this will mark as public. So then we'll be adding a method called send notifications. So it needs the customer. So to which customer it needs to go. Then we need a subject or title. Then we need a message. These are the informations required. Okay, so we have created an interface. Now let's go and implement it here. So we'll go and add another class. Okay, so we'll be call this as a email notifications. Let's go and implement the iNotification services. And let's implement that method. Okay, so we'll just mention console.write. So here we can do the actual email sending logics here. So just for the demo purpose, I'm just ignoring all that. So I'm just saying that email sent. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing for the SMS notifications. So I'll go and create another class, SMS. Okay, so I will add. So let's implement the send method. So here we'll say console.write SMS sent. So here we should implement the actual SMS sending logic based on the mobile number validations from the customer customer class. So now we have created basically the interfaces, and we have implemented the SMS notifications as well as the email notifications. Let's enable these function app as for the dependency injections. So basically we need to install a couple of packages. So let's go and open the package management. Then let's search the packages for Azure extensions. So we have to install this. I'm installing this. Then we need to install the dependency injection package. Okay, so it's installed. Let me go and install the Azure dependency extensions. So the dependency injections will work from the Azure Functions 2.x. So this also getting installed. So now we can go ahead and make the changes. So first we need to bring this startup class. So I'm going to add a class here. I'll add a call status startup. Yes. Then we need to inherit it from the function startup class. So we'll be inheriting the function startup class. Then we'll be bringing its namespace. Then override the method. Okay, so here is the place where we need to bring the constructor details. So before that, so we need to make this assembly as the startup assembly. So let's bring that as well. So let's mark this. So this should be here. Then we need to bring the services here. Let's bring the services now. So builder dot. So this is very similar to that we'll be doing in the ASP.NET Core. So I'll be adding as a singleton class. Okay, so let's bring the, okay, so we should add the project reference. Let's add the project references. So where we have the dependency class, the interfaces. So let's bring that. So now iNotification services. So first let's implement the email notification. So we'll copy and paste the class names. So let's bring its namespaces. Okay, so now we need to bring the dependency injection namespace. So now everything is okay. So now we brought the dependency injections here. So we made the startup classes is ready. So now we need to make the changes into the function. So currently it supports the Azure function supports only the constructor injection. So the static class cannot have a constructor. So we need to remove that first. So we'll be removing the static class. Then we'll bring the okay, so function one. Will be the default constructor. Let's bring the parameter. So it should be private read only. So let's bring the dependency injection class. So basically we need to use this notification service here. So we need to create as a property here. So bring that, then we'll be calling as a notification service. So let's bring its namespace. Okay, so now let's pass this iNotification service. This will be a local variable. So this will be a parameter. So let's assign the parameter into the local variable. So this dot underscore notification service. Okay, so now we brought the constructor injection. So this is the way where how we do the constructor injection in the dependency injections. So now this class cannot be a static. So let's remove that as well. Then let's change. We'll remove all this code. So it's not required for us. Okay, so let's comment this. Let's just create a new customer. So customer equal to new customer data. So name let's assign to myself. Then the email would be morley at example.com, and mobile would be 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so now we have created a customer class. So basically you assume for this customer if there is an issue, so we are going to send a notification. So to do this, So let's call this iNotification service. Basically, iNotification service dot send notifications. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So now we'll bring this notification service dot send notifications. Why this is saying
Murali, I think it should be underscore notification service dot.
yeah, you're correct. Thank you. So notifications are send notifications. Then so we need the customer object, the customer name. So we'll be passing the customer, and we need to pass the basically it should be C. It very clear. So it will be customer, and we need to pass the subject as well as the message. So we can say server down as the subject, and we'll say the message should be please check immediately. Okay, so when we do this, so now we implemented the dependency injection, so we are sending the notifications. Now we need to send the result, so we'll simply put as a okay result. So now what happens is it will be sending the notifications as we injected as the email notifications in the startup class. So it just sends the email notification and returns the results as okay. So let's run and say this. Okay, so now let's bring the browser. Let's remove all this, just we'll call this, so we should be getting the okay as the results. Okay, so it's not yet ready. Yes, so let's go and run this. Yeah, it says the email sent, so we can see this. We return the statement saying the email sent in the console dot right, so we got this message as well. Now let's, and we got the okay result as well, so it means there is no issues, so the email or the notification has sent. So now let's go back to the Visual Studio. Now inject the another service, so let's go to the, so here we'll be adding the another SMS notification services. So then now it is a enumerable, so we have two services, so we should slightly change the functions. So let's use the enumerable, so it should be enumerable. So now we got this setup in the constructor injections. Now we passed two services classes to send the notifications. Now we need to iterate this fellow, so we'll just change this. So we'll use the for each. So we'll call this as a notifier. And let's bring this fellow here. Just change this. Okay, so now there will be two notifications will be sent. So one will be the SMS and another one will be the email. Let's run this function app. So the service is ready. Now let's go and call the service. Now we should get the OK message, and we should get two things. So we got the two console messages. One is the email sent and as well as the SMS sent. So this is the way we bring the dependency injections, and we can implement n number of services by using the dependency injection patterns in the Azure Functions. Okay, so let's go back. I don't want to cover up the publishing part, and because it's very similar and we are running out of our time. So let me bring this slide again. So if there is any questions, please post it into the chat channel. So I'll be answering it, but I will be covered all those informations as well. I'll be sharing this presentation as well in the session, in the chat window. And thanks everyone. Thanks, Sugash. Over to
Yep.
you.
Thanks, Murali. So thanks for the session. Like, if you have any doubts, you can reach out to him, guys. Like, I'll mention the Twitter handles in the description of this video. So once again, thanks, Murali. So thanks for the session.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. And next session we have is real-time communications with Azure Functions with Azure SignalR. So that will be taken by Dinusha. So over to you, Dinusha.
Thank you very much. Uh, Hope you guys are having an amazing day. So I'll be talking about how real-time communication can be achieved with Azure Functions and using Azure Signal. So this is brief about myself. I am Dinusha Kumar Siri and solution architect at LB Finance PLC, which is the largest non-banking financial organization in Sri Lanka. And I was a Microsoft MVP and currently a Microsoft certified trainer and a cloud enthusiast. And I love to share what I know in whichever the area. And this is the agenda for the today. First, I will describe what is real-time communication. I will set the stage. Then we will discuss about Signal R in general and what is Azure Signal R. What is so special about Azure Signal R? When we talk about the different concepts, different components of Signal R, then we will jump into the sweet spot, the Azure Functions and Azure Signal R. Then I will demo several examples. Then I will discuss what are the next steps after this video. Right. So what is real-time communication? Before we move into real-time communication, we will discuss about the traditional approach. So let's say we have a web application and we are using a normal HTTP protocol. It is request response, right? All the time, the client need to start the communication. He will put a request, then the request goes to the server, then server does some processing, and server returns an output as a response. So all the way, every scenario, the transaction will happen with client side, right? So the initiation would be the client side. So whenever we go to a website, whenever we require information, it always from the client side. But that is traditional approach. That is not sufficient for the modern world. So now the trend is where whenever the information is received at whatever the point, it can be a server, it can be a queue, whatever the way. If there's information, we should let that information to be received for all the relevant parties, right? So the user might be doing a different work, so he is not looking at the screen, he forgets to hit the refresh button. So those are not excuses, right? So whenever we get a business critical information, we should quickly inform that to the recipients, right? So in that case, we might need to initiate some communication from the server side as well. That's where the real-time communication concept came into the world. It says that server-side code need to be pushed whenever there is a content into the client's laptop, or can be a mobile device, whatever the device, and it should be visible to the recipient in real time, right? So what are the use cases of that model? It can be dashboards, right? So maybe you have seen some of the stock market applications. The stocks, they move in seconds, right? So the users should be notified real time. So the charts, those dashboards should be real time. And maybe monitoring equipment. Maybe you have some IoT devices in a workshop, then you should be given a web page, and whatever the insights, whatever the telemetry that is captured from those devices should be visible in monitoring dashboards. Another use case is maybe mostly common in social media these days is public chats. So in public chats, maybe a Facebook chat or a Google chat, we are not hitting the refresh buttons, right? It is whenever we get a message, it will be visible then and there. And another important concept is that there can be group chats as well. So it can be a scoped chat for a specific person, and there can be another method where I put a message and it will be delivered to a larger audience. It can be a group chat. So both the options should be available. Then there can be some cool games which you need real-time information, real-time input. So that is also one use case. And another one is relevant to the business applications. Some of the real-time insights, some real-time insights are required. So maybe one example that we are using in our organization is whenever there is a loan origination, it should be given to an approver, right? So whenever there is a change or whenever it is parked for an approval, a notification will be, real-time notification will be sent to the approver. So by doing that, we were able to reduce the lead time for maybe from 1 day to maybe several minutes. So that's where we can achieve efficiency using real-time communication. So this is about how we can achieve the real-time communication. There are some ways, there are some protocols we need to examine. As I said, a normal HTTP protocol is not sufficient in this case. So there's something called polling. It's like a hack actually. So if you can remember, we used to have Ajax these days. So in Ajax, there's something called Ajax polling. It's where we can put a component in our web page, and that component secretly polls the server. So it's like a heartbeat message. Maybe every 5 seconds, there is a polling message sent to the server, and it asks for the content. If there is any messages, any payload targeted for myself. So if there is any payload, it will be returned. Otherwise, there will be a null message, empty message. Then another variant is, because the polling is bit inefficient, right? Because whenever there is, let's say I don't have any messages for 1 day, but still for every 5 seconds there is a polling message. So network bandwidth and server resources are wasted, right? But long polling is a little bit of an enhancement for the polling. Long polling, what it does is it also has that Ajax polling component, and it polls the server. But if there are no result, it will not send any output. It will wait. It will have a kind of a sticky session, and it will wait till there is a output, there is a payload. Then after it retrieve the payload, then it will send back to the client. And there's another way, which is called a forever frame. Again, secretly in this time, we have an iframe hidden in our web page. In that iframe, it will have a kind of a loop, And within that loop, again, I have a polling, and it will contact the server, and it will request for any information. The next one is a server sent event. This time we have to rely on the browser. Most of the modern browser support this. It's actually a component of browser. Browser can create sticky sessions with the server, the backend. The WebSocket is a totally separate protocol. If you can remember, all the other stuff that I have mentioned, apart from servers sent event, are also using HTTP, but they use some kind of a hacking in order to retrieve the information, maybe near real-time environment. But WebSocket, it can create a sticky session between client and the server. So we can have persistent connection. Whenever we join to a chat, we can establish a sticky session, and it will be there until we disconnect. So those are the possible protocols available, but there can be other stuff as well. Those are the mostly common stuff, right? In that case, let's examine. So when there's a client, there should be a service. So this client will subscribe to a service. There, by doing that, we will establish a connectivity. And whenever there is an event triggered by an external party, maybe some telemetry, maybe you receive some temperature information from your IoT device, so it will be pushed to your service. Since you are subscribed to that, you can get the message, and you can plot nicely in your client side. Maybe you are using JavaScript, you can plot it in your web application, right? So this can be achieved by many providers. There are so many other providers as well, like using there's something called Pusher. You can use that, and there are some node implementation of this as well. And SignalR is the one that we're going to talk today. So we can achieve that real-time communication with SignalR. And SignalR is an open source web library developed by Microsoft, and originally it's from Microsoft ASP.NET. And it can also achieve the real-time communication. By the way, this is not a very new thing. This was there for a long time period, and people were utilizing that to achieve real-time communication. As I said in previous example as well, by using SignalR, we can achieve the persistent connectivity between client and the server. That's one feature. And the next one is it can, we don't need to specify the protocol that is relevant, but SignalR itself will detect the suitable protocol. For an example, as default, it will select WebSocket. If WebSocket is not supported by the client browser, then it can automatically fall back to the other methods, other protocols, maybe long polling or server sent events. And this is supported in many platforms. It is supported in all the .NET family things, and maybe Java, JavaScript, and client devices like iPhone, Android. Those things are also supported. And this is a very high-level design of the SignalR. By the way, this is not very new diagram. So it should have, at the moment in this diagram, it mentioned about web browser, .NET client, and Windows Phone application. But it supports other platforms as well. So what it does is, as you can see, whenever it supports HTML5, the original, the preferred protocol would be WebSocket. And if it is not supporting HTML5, then it will select either Forever Frame or Ajax long polling. Then there's something called hub and persistent connection. Persistent connection is some kind of an exposing of whatever the methods given in SignalR. And again, hub is another abstraction layer where it simplifies the implementation. So we don't need to worry about how SignalR create the connections and internally how it messages, how it identify client methods, those things we don't need to worry. We just need to create a hub, and hub is kind of a representation of client method. For an example, let's say I have a server which I have implemented SignalR, and let's say I have a maybe a separate Angular web application as my client. So in Angular side, I should have a method, right? I should have a method to plot my diagram, my telemetry data. So that is visible in SignalR side using a hub. Hope that is clear. Right. So what is SignalR? So we have discussed about SignalR. Then what is SignalR service? So what is so special? Because we can create SignalR applications as well in our ASP.NET Core. Whenever we create ASP.NET Core or ASP.NET application, we can embed, we can implement SignalR service as well, right? Then we can create the SignalR service, sorry, not service. Then we can create the SignalR within our application as an embedded solution, and I can upload it into my app service, right? So I don't need SignalR as a service, right? But what is the difference? So there is a difference. That's what I'm going to talk about in this slide. So as said, as mentioned in this slide, using SignalR service, we can quickly create a real-time functionality within the web application by using, and I can use other cloud workloads as well. And again, normally when we create SignalR, whenever we embed SignalR in our ASP.NET application, we embed it as a one application, right? So there's no separation, there's no isolation. But in this scenario, our SignalR will be living in a separate application, separate instance. It will be a platform as a service implementation. If I need, I can scale our SignalR implementation the way I want. But our application can be sitting in a different way. Actually, that was prevalent in our organization sometime back as well, because we have implemented SignalR using a normal ASP.NET Core SignalR library. And in order to scale it, it is not, at the time we were not implementing, we have not implemented that in cloud. So in order to scale that out, it was not easy. We have to follow very hard routine in order to scale that. But using SignalR service, it is scalable. We can, by using a single click, I can scale in or scale out like in magic. So again, SignalR as a service also supports multiple protocols. If WebSocket is not supported, it can fall back to other protocols as well. And it supports native ASP.NET Core. And there are so many client SDKs available. I will show you. And it can support large-scale client connections. For as this, that's what I said. Let's say I have a single SignalR implementation. Let's say if it is getting crowded, I can simply create another instance, kind of a load balancing solution. I can put then and there. Again, this is also very important. So it decouples the SignalR logic from our application. So by using SignalR as a service, clients are not directly connected to our application. Whenever after the first connection, they will route to the SignalR application. So they will not directly communicate with our application. There are so many various messaging patterns targeting different devices as well. This is the thing that I have mentioned. Let's say I can implement SignalR in multiple regions, and if this is failing, I can ask the client to automatically route to the other region that is also supported. Let's talk about the components of SignalR service. As I said, whenever a client first communicate with the server, our code, we should expose something called negotiate endpoint. After it reaches the negotiate endpoint, the client will be automatically routed to the SignalR service. So hereafter, client will communicate through the SignalR service. And when the application starts, when our application starts, it can open up to 5 WebSocket connections, and all our recipients can fall into those 5 connections. That 5 hub connection is also a parameter. We can change that as well. As I said earlier, whenever we establish a connection, it will remain open until we disconnect, or if there is something, some network failure. Right. Let's discuss about Azure Functions and how we can implement SignalR. I think previous speakers described about Azure Functions, the introduction of Azure Functions. So I will not explain Azure Functions again. So Azure Functions, I will mention this only. So Azure Function allows to execute certain piece of code whenever there is a trigger. So those triggers can be one of these. It can be HTTP trigger whenever this is called from HTTP. So our code in our function will be executed, or it can be executed. It can be triggered by a timer, or it can be triggered by other cloud solutions. Maybe something added to the event grid. Maybe some event occurred in Event Hub. Some topic or some data is added to our service bus. Maybe some data is inserted or some change happened in Cosmos DB, or something added in my blob storage, or maybe there are some other logic apps connectors as well. SignalR service binding is available for Azure Functions. So Azure Function can publish messages directly to the clients whenever there is a payload. So we will describe, I will show it in demos. So our code will act as a server component. Our function is work as a backend component, and whenever there is a change, whenever there is an event, I can trigger a code, I can execute a code, and I can send as an output, I can publish some message to my SignalR service, and my clients can subscribe to the SignalR service through negotiate, and they can receive information. So that would be the objective. So this is how you create a SignalR application, and this is the most important setting here, the service mode. I can either create default, serverless, or classic. Since we are working on Azure Functions, the serverless implementation is required. So this is actually default is for normal ASP.NET Core applications, and serverless is for our kind of Azure Functions, and classic is therefore the backward compatibility. We will not create classic for new applications. So let me share my Azure. Right. So let's go to the SignalR from here. I will create one. In here, there are several pricing categories. Either I can use free, standard, or premium. In free, there is no load balancing supported, and connections are supported up to 20. This is suitable for a normal demo or dev test environment. Right. Then here I will select the serverless option. So since I have created one, I will not create one again. Let's go back to the slide. So let's dive into a demo. So I have 2 demos prepared. The first one is a very simple one. I have a function and it has a HTTP trigger, and I will use some query string, some parameters from query string, and I need it to push some messages to my client. Let me open my code. Right. Right. So I will first explain the negotiate method. So this is the one that I have described in previous section. So I will first create the negotiation one. It will just return the connection info. So this is a general message. I don't need to worry too much. But the only difference, only the change I need to do is I need to specify a new hub here. So that's the only change I have to do. Then let me show you the implementation of our real method. So in here, what I do is I have a hub here and the same hub. If you can see, I am using the same hub. And first, I will retrieve the query message from a query string, and I will check whether it is empty or not. Then what I'll do is I will add it to a target as a parameters. So I have target. The target should be the one that I explain. This is the connectivity. This is where I create the connection between my client application and my Azure function. So client application should use this target, this parameter, and whatever the parameters it requires, I will send that as well. So let me. I
Sorry
have
to
another.
interrupt, Lalit. So can you zoom in a little bit?
Sure. Is it visible now?
It's visible, but it would be good if you can zoom in a little bit.
Perfect. Okay.
So it's VS Code.
Yeah.
Like if you
Control.
press Control plus,
Yeah.
yeah,
Is it visible now?
yeah. Now it's fine, Lalit.
Perfect. Okay.
Sorry, Dinusha. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Let me. Sorry, I was not paying attention on that. So let me quickly jump back to my negotiate. If you can see, this is a generic message. So what it does is the client would first call this negotiate method. If we have configured the signal R, then it will use this hub in order to connect, and output would be the connection info. And let me explain the real message that I am using. And in here, I will get the query string parameter. In here, I have a parameter called name. And first, I will check if it is empty or not. And if it is there, otherwise I will put a error. Then I will create the message that I need to send to the client. So target is very important. So this is the binding where we can communicate with the client. Let's say I have a JavaScript client, then I should use this string in order to connect. And I have passed the parameter, the name I have passed. So the client, if I subscribe using this, then client can receive this message, right? And you can see this is also very important. This is the signal R binding. uh, it this is also very important. So you can see I have specified the same hub. You can see I have another method here. This is not relevant to signal R. This is just a hack because I need to publish the client application also. Otherwise, I have to create a client application and I need to push it. I mean, I need to publish it in an Azure website or somewhere. Instead, what I have done was in my application, I have created a folder called content and index HTML. This is the HTML file that would call this function, and I have exposed that as a function as well. So this part I have got from a quick start. I will share the link to that as well. Let me explain the client as well. So this is an important segment. We have to specify, we have to input, we have to call the signal or JavaScript SDK, JavaScript library. As you can see, I'm using the JavaScript implementation. There are some other implementation as well. Java is there, .NET likewise. There are so many other SDKs. For the simplicity, I have used JavaScript. As I said, the connection, whenever we establishing a connection, it will use the same hello client. Let me go back to my implementation. If you can see, I have specified when for the messages also I am using hello client. That's where we create the binding. So in this implementation, what I have done is I have called to the URL. This is my server, I mean the Azure function, and I have called it. And what I'll do is whatever the messages that are received, I have just append to a div. So whenever I get a message, it's like a functionality of a group chat. And there are some changes as well. In my local settings JSON, I have to specify the Azure signal or connection string. So let me show how I can get it. This is my signal R service. In my keys, I have the connection string. So I have to copy this and I have to publish it there. And I have mentioned that I'll be using port 771. Let me run this. This is still running. Right. This is my application. In my developer tools, I have opened the network tab. You can see there's a negotiate. It had first call the negotiate endpoint. First, it will get the token. Then it will check whatever the available transports. I think this time it will use WebSockets because it is prevalent. It is there. I will open another browser. So in this browser, what I'll do is I will call the function. Remember, it is HTTP trigger. As a query string, I will put some name. Right. So likewise, you can easily implement a chat kind of an application, a real-time web application. Otherwise, if we had to use a normal approach, we have to use a lot of code. But in this scenario, it's very small set of coding. Right. Let me actually another thing, I have put this put my code into my GitHub repo, so you can access this as well. I will put the link in the chat as well. Right. So I think that that demo was a little bit boring. Let's add some spice. My next demo is relevant to IoT hub integration. Remember, we can have multiple triggers, right? We can have many triggers. First, it can have HTTP based trigger, then IoT event hub. Likewise, there can be many triggers available for Azure functions. In this scenario, what I will do is I have a IoT device. Whenever there is a telemetry, let's say that IoT device transmits temperature information. So whenever I get temperature information, it will send to a IoT hub. I think you might know about IoT hub. IoT hub is also a platform as a service implementation where we can connect multiple devices and we can easily manage devices using IoT hub. And one important thing is we can have bidirectional messages as well. For an example, let's say I need to update, I need to send a patch I need to change my coding or some parameters in my IoT device, through IoT Hub, I can push that as well. And I can easily manage my IoT devices using IoT Hub. Let's say I receive a telemetry from my IoT device to my IoT Hub, then it will trigger a Azure function. Then I have a dashboard, and I need to plot the temperature information. So let's try it out as well. Okay, so this is my application. I hope this is clear. This is visible now. So here also I have the same index uh, implementation as well. So I will not explain about the index because it is the same code that I have shown you the above environment, previous demo. And the negotiate method is also same. Only the difference is I have a different name. I have IoT Hub as the hub name. And I have a class because my telemetry, it comes as a JSON, and it has message, device, temperature, and humidity. It captures all of them. So I need to retrieve that information and get only the temperature, right? So let's go to the real work.
Sorry to interrupt, Dinusha. I think we are running out of time.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Right, right. So in this one, what it does is it will capture the information, and it decrypts, it deserialize, and it can send the temperature information. Let me quickly start debugging. So here I don't have a real device. I have Azure Raspberry Pi Web Simulator, and this is my IoT Hub connection is linked to my IoT Hub. And let me bring my chart. This is my front end. It is not ready yet. It's still coming up. Right. Let me start this. As you can see, I can have a real-time plot of my temperature information, right? Perfect. Okay. In client side also, it is not magic actually. It is I have used the same way. Only difference I have done is I have implemented the real-time chart. You can get, there are so many implementations. You can get them from the web, from the internet. Right. Let me go to the presentation again. As the next step, the documentation, you can access this one. So it has a rich information relevant to Azure SignalR, and there are some quick start samples. If you have to implement .NET, or if you have to implement maybe Node or maybe Java, there are so many examples are there. As a quick start, you can initialize. So that's it, folks. If you have any questions, you can let me know, or you can send to the moderators. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Dinsha. So thanks for the demo. As you mentioned, if you have any doubts, you can see the handles of Dinsha in the screen. Like, you can reach out to me if you have any doubts. I'll also mention these handles in the description, guys. If you have any doubts in the future, you can reach out to them. So thanks, Dinsha. So thanks for the session, and thanks for the demo. Yeah. So next up, we have a session by Lalit. So he'll be talking about how to secure a storage account. So over to you, Lalit.
Um, sure. Hello everyone. Hope you guys are fine during this pandemic. And I'll be starting this session for how you're going to secure basically your storage accounts and all of those stuff. Hope my screen is visual.
Yes, Lalit.
Okay. So let me just introduce myself. Asap Lalit Rawat. I'm Microsoft MVP for Azure, as well as I'm the author of Microsoft AG 104 book, and which is nowadays is trending, and it is the highest people are referring for exam prep. And I have also written a book for Azure Administrator Interview and Questions, and I'll helping and mentoring lots of people across the industries and across the countries to get onboard them into the cloud if they have any queries, any questions, anything. So I will be doing all of those stuffs. So that is all of those community work. And thanks, Nagaraj, for providing that opportunity. So let me just start the session. So now the first thing which comes in your mind, why we want to secure an storage account, right? Because generally if you just go and talk to the business leaders or probably somewhere in the companies, they'll say Microsoft is doing everything. Apart from that, they will taking care of security. They're putting billions of dollars on their cloud security. But why we need any specific services to be secure, right? So you have to understand one thing, why you need to secure this thing. Yeah, there will be many questions across that, because the storage account is the one place where you will be storing your data. It does not depends whether it is your application data, it's your virtual machines data, it's your database data, whatsoever, right? All the data, including your VMs, including your VSDs, all of those data functions app related, or whatsoever the data you have, you will be putting together into the storage account, and you would like to secure that. So that's the reasons. The second slide is, let's just begin with why we have to protect the data which we are storing into the storage account, right? Protecting the applications data or the virtual machines in terms of IaaS, right? And if the storage accounts get deleted or the containers get deleted, right, you wanted to recover by mistake and someone has deleted your container or storage accounts, how you're going to recover, because that is also comes into how you're going to secure your complete storage accounts. And this is the one services, and similarly you have other services which we can talk about sometimes later, right? How you're going to secure all of those stuff, right? So there would be a four-way, which is into my next slide, and probably we'll have a demo as well on that part. So you have to understand, when you're putting any data, any things into the storage account, would like to secure, probably want to do a versioning of that particular data, so you can recover your previous data, or you wanted to have create a snapshots or put the lock and all of those stuff which we are talking about. So these are the four pillars. While using that, you are going to protect your data when you're going to putting into the storage accounts. The number one is the data protections, right? Where you will be utilizing the logs, and will be integrating a lot of other stuffs. You will be having authentications mechanism, or secure data transfers you're going to enable it, and a lot of other things which we are talking about in the next slides. Then the second one is identity and access management, how you're going to protect your storage account or integrating with Azure Active Directory, so only the users who has specific rights or RBAC enabled can only access this particular storage accounts. Or if you have any customers who has a specific permissions, that how we're going to revoke them, and lot of other stuffs. Then the third one is for the networking, because if you just open your storage accounts to connect everywhere in the world, right? There would be a lot of networks related stuffs which comes uh, which comes into the networking part, right? Let's just say if you open for all, everyone is trying to connect to your blob storage account, everyone connect coming in, trying to connect your storage account, and there might be chances that they might hack your data and a lot of other stuff. So how you're going to integrate the VNet, private endpoint, or enabling the firewall to secure your storage account, while enabling the network segments for your storage accounts. Then the last one is logging and monitoring, how you're tracing who all are logging to your storage account, right? And how they are going to protect. And then what are the specific areas you have in terms of logging and monitoring. You can use always the storage account for monitor is there, and it is a good view. And during the demo I'll show you all of those stuffs, right? So let's just say in data protections, what are the things would be there into the data protections, right? The first of all, you're going and enabling the Microsoft Defender for your storage accounts. Now you have a questions why Microsoft Defender should be enabled. Because whatever the data, whatever the files you have, right, there could be a files which might be corrupted, or probably someone is trying to trying to do some things with the storage accounts. So Microsoft Defenders helps you to track all of those files, all of those segments for your storage accounts. Probably there could be corrupted files, or there could be some kind of virus which is there into the file side. So it is kind of providing the securities to help you to identify those specific areas while you are enabling the Microsoft Defender. The second one is turn on the soft delete for your blob and container. Now, your question is why we wanted to do that, right? If you do a soft delete and by mistaken, if you deleted your storage account, or if you deleted your blob storage or container, there would be a specific time where you can recover. Let's just say there is one situations which I come across in during my initial career. So what I have done is I have went and deleted the complete blob storage by mistaken, and that was the blender because I was just learning the cloud and all of those stuffs, right? And hopefully that has the soft delete enable. And when I talk to these guys, Microsoft Azure team supported, they just shows all of those options to how you're going to recover those particular blobs. And that also has the geo redundant replications that has also helped. So while enabling the soft delete for your blob containers or file, it helps you to protect from accidental deletions. If you're going to delete the data, or probably there would be someone told that you have to delete that specific blob storage, but you deleted by mistake and you have deleted some others, because we are the human beings, can do mistakes, right? So that will help you in that as well. The third one is you're going to lock your storage accounts. Why you're going to lock your storage account? Because if you don't lock it, someone is trying to make or probably they are trying to delete, or they're making to change. So there would be two types of locks when you lock it. One is delete or one is read only, right? So when you have a delete or read only, right? So delete, that no one can delete the storage accounts. Read only, no one can make the changes, right? Then you have a keep your business critical data into the immutable blobs, right? So if you keep your critical data into the immutable blob, that will be secure. And then you have a require a secure transfers, you have to enable, right, storage accounts. And you can limit the access shared signatures, which will help you in terms of while you are providing some permissions to any specific applications or to the client, right? What will happen when you do that, right? So there is a limitations that you wanted to allow the access to blob or tables or files for how much permissions for the specific IP, whether it is in HTTP or HTTPS request, and all of those things as comes into the data protections, right? And no one can tell you in such details is a specific part of your storage accounts. The second one is identity and access management, right? How you are utilizing your identity and access management to make sure whoever comes or accessing your storage account would be into the good place, right? You will be having a plan while you are sharing any storage key or set signatures to revoke from the customer. That is the first priority, because if you just forget, there would be lot more pain, because let's just say there is lot of contractors or there are a lot of partners whom you have 3 months, 6 months or 1 year of contract, but you have just shared those things and they store those stuff into the clients and all of those things, right? And there would be a problem. So you have some plan to revoke those access, and you can probably regenerate the keys. Then you have user Azure Active Directory to authorize access to blobs data, right? Always use Azure Active Directory account and get it authorized on use RBAC role based access control to protect your identity. So whomever you wanted to give the access, either it could be the client or whomsoever, right? Then we'll have a secure your account using the key vault, right? Whenever you have any of the keys, you will always keep that one to your key vault. Even you can integrate Azure Key Vault with storage accounts. So rather than managing the keys from Microsoft, right, in terms of data in rest and all of those mechanism, right, you're going to use your own key, and those keys you're going to keep in storage account. Then you are generating your account, regenerating your key, the storage account key we are going to regenerate periodically, right? Let's just say every 3 months, 6 months, or 1 year, because that will help. If you put a one key for a longer time, what will happen? That key is accessible to all. Then we'll have to disable anonymous public read access for all the containers in blobs, because when you create a storage account, there would be a data which is there, right? And it is open for all. So you have to limit to whoever will have the read access, right? That should be there. Then how you're going to secure your storage account using the networking? You're going to configure the TLS version. Minimum of TLS version is 1.2, which is required for a storage account. Then you have to enable a secure transfer required for your storage accounts, which you have to enable during that while you are going to create a storage account, that has to be enabled. So whenever your customer or whenever you are transferring the data or any of the applications are accessing the data, they will access over HTTPS rather than HTTP, which is not secure. So there would be a specific link created, and then you're going to secure your storage accounts, and while giving the access to your third party applications or other stuff, you can always enable the firewall rules and allow specific public IP addresses or specific IP addresses which you wanted to allow to connect to your storage account, right? Rather than you're going and putting those stuffs here and there, right? That is very helpful features. Even using this particular features, you can integrate private endpoint, you can integrate VNets, right? And all of those steps. Apart from that, the last one is allow only the trusted Microsoft services which you wanted to, access this particular data, right? Rather than, you will be having things here and there, only the specific trusted services which you have integrated your applications with, all of those stuffs. So when you do so, that will make sure that you are going and allowing those particular specific applications into it. So in networking, what we're going to do is only you're going to configure the TLS 1.2, then you are enabling secure transfers, then you are going to put into the Azure firewall rules, then trusted site services and Azure private endpoints, right? Then you'll have a logging and monitoring. So you can set up an alert into the Microsoft monitors, and you can track your request, how you're going to, authorize things, and track all of those stuffs. And in between, if you guys has any questions, so you can always put into the chat. I would like to answer all of those stuffs. And apart from that, I don't have anything. Let's just have a Q&A and demo. So I'm just going to begin with the demo sessions now, right? And just give me a second. Yep. So you guys are able to view my screen now. Okay.
Um, yes, Lalit.
Okay, thanks. So I have created a multiple of storage accounts here, right? If you can see, these are the multiple of storage accounts. So I'll take one for the example. And if you wanted to create one storage account, I know everyone knows that how to create in storage accounts. So these are the options you'll get it over here. If you just put in advanced, you have to enable the secure transfers, right? Enable public access, that you have to remove, or enable the storage account key access. So these are the things you just have to remove. And then if you wanted to integrate the VNS, the data protections, you have the soft delete, which I talk about, right? You have to enable the Microsoft managed key, or you wanted to enable, if you put here, they would be asking for your, keyword options there. But everyone knows that someone has created the infrastructure, right? uh, Someone has to work on that and put the data and all of those. So I'm not going to show that options while we are going to create, but let's just say if I have this particular storage accounts, right? As I talk about that how we are going to protect the data, right? So there would be, data protections. If you just say the data protections here, if you click on that, right, then it is asked you the enables the backup operations with Azure Backup. That is the, new features which is coming up. So your storage account, complete storage account now will back up through your Azure Key Vault. So you have to add a new Azure Key Vault and the policies. So if I'll just say, okay, I'll just say serverless. Okay, I'll create one. Okay, once it is created, it will, you can see that options here, right? And then we are going to configure the backup policies and all of those stuffs. So just say it'll run into the backend part, right? And then once that is done, what will happen, you can, enable the restoration points, so minimum of, 6 days to 7 days, right? You can do it up to 365 days, but I'm not sure if you can do up to 1,000 days. So that's the max limit of 365 days which you can enable for your soft delete. So if you delete it, you will be able to recover. Then the same with your containers, as well as if you wanted to track the versioning, you have, a lot of software engineers are working right into the same projects. they want to modify the course, or they are modifying all of those data in breakpoint. What somehow someone by mistaken has modified other files, that would happen, right? Or probably he wanted to change his own file, but not that specific file which has some important code, rather than to the dev, or rather than to the some less important file, right? If they do so, what will happen, right? So for that, you can always enable the versioning, and you can recover those older versions before the changes you have make, right? Apart from that, do you wanted to create, modified, and date changes in your blob storage accounts for feed, for your logs? Like, let's just say you have created some file uh, 10 days ago, right? You wanted to know that what file you have created, so probably you can enable it for a month, and then uh, you can set this delete the changes after the 30 days, so you don't have larger log in your storage account, rather than you have things to be enabled. And apart from that, you have to enable the access control for your immutability support, which I have told, right? So you have to set the policies for your accounts that will your allow to your blob versioning, and enable these features by default for your all the policies and other stuffs. In data management, the second part is geo applications, right? Geo applications, as you know, there would be four kinds of replications you have. LRS, locally redundant, which has three copies into the single regions. But if you wanted RAGRS or GRS, which has six copy across two regions, right? So if you can see here, right, I have only one regions here, but let me just help you with that, right? And so if you can see, I have this particular LRS. If I'll go and change this particular stuff, right, into the configurations, I guess so, I can do that. Okay. So if I'll change it to this one, right, you can see the changes that will be replicated between two regions. So Microsoft has created zones in between, right? And then you're going to see those stuffs there. So, so if you can see, right, West US 2 and West Central US 2. And in the graphical view also, it is available, right? Apart from that, you have object applications where you can create your applications rules in terms of what are the things has to be replicated in all of those stuffs, right? So I would say, and then what are the containers you wanted to replicate to another storage account. So the source storage account would be your current one, the another storage account would be your second one. So the same data would be replicated to your another storage account. So if anything goes wrong in this particular storage accounts, we are going to save all of those stuffs. Then I would like to come with the networking part here, right? This is the firewall where you can now I can access from all my networks. If I go and select on the specific network and I try and add an existing VNet, right, it will ask me to all the subnets I wanted to enable VNets, and then all the subnets I would say. So I'm going to enable. Once it is integrated, you will not be able to access your storage account until unless you will be into this particular network segments. If you're not there into the network segments, you won't be able to get those things done. And then here in the firewall, you can allow a specific range of IP addresses from your on premises to your other things, right? So you can say if your on premises network IP is 192.168.0.0/16 or slash 24, you can do this. Or if you wanted to have any specific instances, you wanted to allow your storage account, let's just say storage accounts, data shares, or IoT Hub, or Function app, or the app services. All of those things, yes, you can do that. And here is some of the exception if you wanted to go through it, logging from any network or storage metrics from any networks. Routing always preferred through the Microsoft network routing, so you'll get a benefit for their security as well, rather than if you select through the internet routing, then all of your traffic goes to the internet and come back and connect to the another services. So make sure that should be, Microsoft routings should be your specific range of things, right? Then if you wanted to create a private endpoint between the specific services, yes, you can always just give the name, and then you're going and selecting the uh, which services you wanted to enable, and then the virtual network right here to be selected, and then you can process further. So you can always enable the private endpoint. Then you have an access key here, right? So if you just click on rotate key, I'll show you. Let's just click on show key, right? If you can see, this key is ending with this one. If I'll just click on rotate key, right? Key has changed, right? So that you can always rotate this key, or probably you can just set an reminder for your enabling those uh, keys which you wanted to do so, right? And then in your shared exit signature, you don't want it to allow an access to any of those services. You just remove all of those. You wanted to give the read service and then immutable storage accounts. And here you put the IP address and then click on generate. That's it. So I just wanted to allow from today to tomorrow, and that's it. If I'll just click on generate key, it is going to generating one key, right? And let's just generate one key here, right? So it will give you the this key, and you're going to access your storage account or specific services and all of those. The last one is your encryptions. So now my encryptions are in Microsoft keys, but if I wanted to enable it, so I can select a key vault. I don't have any key vault now, but you can select the key vault and create a new key and just going and enabling it, because what happened, I will be not creating, because the sessions is already I think is goes on 30 minutes, and other speakers are waiting. So just would like to end up my sessions here. So I will see, just stopping my demo here, but I will be sharing my sessions, PPT slides. See, thank you. Yep. And thank you so much for this wonderful opportunities. And here is my contact details, which you wanted to, if you wanted to connect me over the LinkedIn, or you can follow my blogs, or uh, join me on my Telegram group for t.me/azure.ag. And if you have any questions related to the storage accounts or any other services, so you can always welcome and would like to help you. And thanks, Mr. Nagras and the serverless complete team for providing this opportunity to speak in such that event.
Yeah, thanks, Lalit. Guys, if you have any doubts, you can reach out to him to his Twitter handle. So I have mentioned the Twitter handle in the banner. You can reach out to him. So once again, thanks, Lalit, and thanks for the demo as well.
Thanks, Nagas.
Yeah. And next session we have by Elil. Like she'll be talking about the power of Azure Enterprise Integration Platform. So over to you, Elil. You are on mute.
So is my screen visible?
Yes, Elil.
That's wonderful. Thanks, Suhas. A very good afternoon, everybody. And thanks for joining me on Azure Serverless Saturday today. I am Literacy Kesavan, and I am a lead product consultant of Serverless 360 at Covai.co. So Serverless 360 is a product built in Azure for Azure. So I'm happy to share the power of Azure Enterprise integration platforms that we felt when we started building the application, and also when we started supporting the Azure integrations of customers across the globe. I'm happy to be here, and let us get started with a bit of history. How has been the evolution of applications been? So when we look at the past, there has been large applications which had tons of servers sitting on our premise, which is acceptable to have seconds of response time and hours of offline when I need to ship a new patch or maintenance is intervened. And this was handling gigabytes of data. So that's how I can summarize and classic or applications that we have been dealing with in the past. But how are today's applications? So today's applications are deployed everywhere, and they can deploy anything anywhere. They run on thousands of multi-core processors, which I even could not see in person. Like, they are present anywhere virtually, and we just get to feel and execute our application, deliver the solution to the end customers without even and seeing the exact servers where they reside. And this has brought in 100% uptime. We are able to deliver that. We can rely on services, cloud service providers who guarantee us 100% uptime, and that has led to the end users expect a highly performing reactive application, demanding, in fact, a highly performing reactive application from us. And in this real-time scenario, we are dealing with data of petabytes, and it's evolving. More the usage of applications, more the data gets accumulated, and any application that we build henceforth should have to deal with the data of this mass volume. So this has invited a drastic change in the way we build our applications as well. So now we are building integration applications. So why do we call these as integrations today? Because no application is an island anymore, and whether you build it or buy it, you are connecting it with other softwares, which is inevitable in nowadays stage. See, just imagine or try to visualize an e-commerce application that we use day in and day out. How many systems does it interact with underlying? So I all that we see is a website through which you browse through the items and then place an order. But what happens at the background? It involves integration with multiple other solutions, like they need to connect with an inventory management system which might be residing in their premise. They might be need to There could be need to interact with an SAP system or an Salesforce system, and banking application integration is inevitable. So this applications are no longer an siloed or monolithic applications. So all that we need is an application that is capable of integrating with multiple other softwares which solve various other components of my business need. And hence, organizations are now forced to rely on specialized integration platforms. So this brings us to a need for integration platforms. So what are the services that can support me integrate my present application with all other subsystems which are part of my business? business need. And that's where Microsoft Azure is coming up with an integration platform as a service. That's what we call as iPaaS services. And our session is going to focus on some of the key iPaaS services, and we'll try to understand them better by mapping them to a real-time business need and how enterprise integrations are built. So this is my learning in the past 5 years when I started working in iPaaS services for global clients across industries and domains. So to begin with, let me try to summarize what are Azure integration services, some of the key needs that enterprises go through or applications go through nowadays, and how these can be categorized among various offerings that they provide. So first of all, I would need a way to publish and manage my application programming interfaces, be it me exposing the interfaces or me consuming the interfaces. So working with APIs has become more common in business scenarios. I might be consuming a service which is exposed as an API, or my application has to be exposed as an API so that I enable integration with other applications. So here there is a need for an API service which can facilitate this, which can allow me to expose my application as an API to the external systems, or which can allow me to consume the external systems as an APIs. A straightforward way to create and run integration logic. Let us say, imagine I have 4 steps involved in executing an order that enters into my web application. Say I might have to check onto my inventory system. I need to compare my customer relationship management has to be taken care of. I need to understand who has placed this order and what relevant discounts can I apply to them. And I might have to connect with external systems like Salesforce to execute this order, right? So these are becoming more common nowadays. I have solutions available from various providers, and I need to orchestrate them or execute them in a specific workflow to get an order executed. So I need a straightforward way to do this. So reinventing the wheel is not acceptable in the phase of rapid applications that we are building. So I need to have a straightforward way to create and run my integration logic, and some way for applications and integration technologies to communicate in a loosely coupled way without via messaging. Like I have in system one, which is my website through which my allow my customers to view the items and then add to their cart and then place an order. I have a backend application which is expected to pick this up and then process. Here, I need to decouple these two of them. Why is it very critical? Because, say, imagine the number of users who are using online e-commerce applications in the present time. Like even we, how many times do we end up in an online application to process it or buy purchase an item? So this scale of or the number of users who are using online services is drastically increasing. So here is where you need an decoupling between your website and then order processing, because when you have both of them together, as the number of users increase, your performance is going to degrade. So I need to safely decouple them and bring in an intermediate service and messaging service, which would be ideal to decouple these integrations. Yes, so decouple these applications. So this messaging service should take care of getting these orders processed without any intimation to the user who is using the website. So when I place an order, it gets compiled as a message, it gets into my messaging service, and my backend order processing application will pick up each and every message and then process it asynchronously. So there is no impact of the background processing overhead on my customer facing website. So this way I can make sure that my application can scale seamlessly irrespective of the load that I am getting on my external website. So this is a need for a messaging service that can loosely couple my components in my business application. And as we talk about this, So between the messaging service and the backend processing application. So this backend processing application is expected to look for the messages every now and then, whether a new order has come or not. So this we call as polling, right? This I go and check, have I got the order? No. Have I got the order? Say sometimes this is unpredictable, right? Maybe when it is in festive time, I might get enormous number of orders, and my backend processor should have to check for the orders quite frequently. But when it is a normal day, I might not even get an order. So even in this case, if I expect my backend processor to keep checking for the message, this is definitely not an efficient solution. So I might have to bring in some service here, an event routing service that's going to let my backend application know that what you're looking for has come in and now start the processing. So this would be a scalable solution. So these are four key integration services that are needed to make the integration application scalable, reliable, and resilient. So that way, to summarize, I need to expose my APIs, I need a messaging service to decouple, I need an orchestrating service that would facilitate integration with third-party applications to build my business logic, and I need an event routing service to avoid polling. Yes, so that is where the key Azure integration services come into picture. I have API management, which is an API service that can pretty much expose anything that you have, any application that you have, either in the cloud or on premise or any other Azure serverless services, can be efficiently exposed as an API endpoint to the external world using API management. You have a logic apps that supports orchestration, and it comes with an excellent set of connectors that will help you connect with external third-party applications straightforward. And you have got a service bus messaging service which can provide you the enterprise grade reliable messaging service. When we say reliable messaging service, if you try to custom build the solution, you might have to take care of multiple scenarios, scalabilities, and you have to ensure that the message delivery is guaranteed. So but you have a ready-made service or solution that can really fit into your business scenario, which is an Azure Service Bus messaging service from Microsoft Azure. And you have event grid, which allows raising or delivering events. So I can raise an event from this messaging service and deliver it to the backend processor seamlessly with the help of event grid. This can cut short the polling requirement here. So all these things, when it sounds so theoretical, let us map it to a real-time business scenario and then try to understand what roles do they play. So at an bigger picture, what are various scenarios where this integrations come in? Say imagine connecting applications within your organizations. So the current trend in industries is like they have some of their in applications running on premise. It could be in a stock server or on their on-prem uh, dedicated machine that is executing the application, and they have any newly created applications are created in cloud, so cloud native applications. So connecting these two in hybrid world would be an enterprise application integration need, which are being addressed using these Azure integration services. And the next scenario could be an B2B integration, whereas you involve an EDI scenario, enterprise data interchange. So, wherein connecting applications in your organization with those of your business partner. So, this could be inevitable. I have a part of a logic which needs to be connected to another partner of mine. Imagine an e-commerce scenario and a banking application which needs to communicate to fulfill an customer's order. So this could be a B2B integration scenario where integration services are being utilized. You have an hybrid environment to SAP, CRM, or Salesforce. So you have a part of your application on-prem, part in the cloud, and these need to interact with your SAP or CRM or Salesforce integrations, which are completely outside. Yeah, and SaaS application integration is required, and integrating applications with IoT. So these are upcoming and very interesting scenarios. Even in one of our previous presenters was talking about an IoT scenario where an automatic temperature control is required. That's one very good example. Similarly, you can find multiple enterprises tracking real-time information. Say, for example, in cab booking application that we use, it has a real-time information being captured from a number of cabs with the implanted devices, the mobile devices that send the telematic information, which needs to be ingested by the Azure integration service and then for processing. So these are very complex scenarios wherein every single data is too very important, which are being simplified to solve with the help of integration services, which really fits into your business scenario. So this is so in a real time case, as we just talked about a few scenarios where integration is inevitable. As we discussed, you could have realized it's not sufficient for me to solve these business use cases with just 4 services: an API service, a service bus, logic app, and event grid is just not sufficient. In some cases, I might need to save an unstructured data. So I might have to take advantage of an storage blob, or I might need to have an uh, and computational logic and custom logic that needs to be executed. So I can use an Azure function to write my own code in my preferred language and get that executed without worrying about underlying server complexities. So Azure integration platform as such comes with an comprehensive set of services that you see here, which can take care of various requirements. Say when I'm dealing with the data from one to another, I need another format. I need an ETL, extract, transfer, and load, transform and load process to be carried out. You have Data Factory, which can exactly fulfill this need. So you have ISE environments wherein you can execute B2B scenarios at ease. So Azure Integration Platform, in fact, has brought in a number of services that can fulfill your enterprise integration needs. Yes, so we also have advantages of building these into taking these into the cloud. Like application lifecycle management becomes much simpler. You have the continuous integration and continuous deployment being supported for all these integration services, which makes our development and application lifecycle management much simpler. And when it comes to managing these or monitoring these and analytics part, Azure does offer a handful of solutions to manage and monitor them, wherein you can evaluate its security, you can manage the credentials using Key Vault, you can maintain your application configuration. Say complex needs like geo replication can be achieved at ease with the help of an configuration on these services. So and you have application insights and log analytics and Azure Monitor to meet the monitoring need of your enterprise integration solution application. So let us try to understand the scenario a bit better. We're taking a simple subset of the business use case. Yes, so here is a business application that needs to be built using Azure integration. Yes, so let's try to understand what is existing. Right now, they have a website and customer facing website through which the customers would interact with this e-commerce portal. And this needs certain services to be exposed as APIs, and there are external applications that are already in place which need to be integrated to work better. Yes, so this e-commerce applications need to be re-architectured to meet the scaling and performance requirements. And there are information stored in the databases, so these are existing. Any service that I'm going to bring in to fit this business need should consider extendability. That is, the existing application should not be disturbed, and it has to really fit into the scenario to meet the customer's requirement. So let us try to understand what are the services that are required. And service to expose the APIs, and decoupling service that is going to loosely couple my website from my backend processor. This backend processor is expected to interact with my third-party applications like SAP, CRM, and Salesforce. And I need an event-driven integration service here, which is going to ensure my backend processors is not unnecessarily polling for the incoming of messages. So these are my business requirements in a nutshell. Let's understand a little bit deeper and try to map these needs to the Azure offered solutions. So the first and foremost is an API service, right? So here, what is hard in exposing an API is something that you might be wondering. But when I'm dealing with a critical business, there could be a lot other things that I need to take care of when I'm exposing my API. Some I have tried to list out here. Limit the number of calls your application can receive from the clients. So, see, this is very important so that my application does not suffer a denial of service attack. So, I need to limit the number of calls that I get to receive from a specific client from a specific IP restriction. So, from a security perspective, control how calls to your application APIs are authenticated. I need to put in an authentication policy. Only those who are validating themselves with a valid credentials are allowed to access my application. We see, right, either an OTP has to be provided or an valid username and password combination has to be provided to my APIs to access my application. So when it comes to accessing the APIs, things become a bit more critical. Like I might have to authorize using an client application. Client application credentials would be required, and there should be an expiry set on them. So these needs to be handled at ease. Yes, make sure APIs are fast enough. So I'm exposing my application to my end clients or subsystems or partner applications. So I need to make sure that it is fast enough to meet the industry standard, to keep up the standard of execution. Yes, monitor and analyze how your APIs are being used. So once I expose my APIs, I need a continuous monitoring to be in place that's going to take care of no anomalies being detected. Make it easy for developers to use your APIs. So, be it when I'm consuming an API, what are my requirements? I need a proper documentation. I need code samples. How can I achieve all these without much of effort using my when I'm exposing my API as a service? So, these all can be fulfilled with the help of an Azure API management service. So you can restrict how many calls can come from a single source in a defined period. Say within a 5 minutes, when I get an enormous number of requests from a specific IP, then it is a problem. They are trying to attack my systems. That can be restricted very well. Specifying how a caller should authenticate itself. You can IPIM supports a number of policies which can be defined to restrict all these. Blocking calls from specific IP addresses. Yes, you can achieve that using the policies. Turning data caching on or off, converting requests from SOAP to REST, or converting data from XML to JSON and vice versa. So these are certain features which come straightforward as a solution to me in an Azure service. Let me show you a quick glance of this to help you understand better. This is one of my APIs. So that is being put into an API management service, and I have the API defined here. So this is an example of how can you define your API. It could be an HTTP manually defined, or when it is your on-prem application, you can go ahead and then choose this option, or it can be Logic app or an Azure service that is being exposed as an API. So what is the advantage of me exposing an Logic app or Azure function itself has an endpoint, right? Why don't I allow them to directly access that? Why not? Why should I expose them as an API? Because I need to put in additional restrictions or additional policies on them to prevent their authorization. So here is one of my APIs that has already been defined, which is actually exposing in logic app. So I'm exposing in logic app, and here I have the options to define my policies. So these policies can help me put in additional authorization restrictions, and you can also perform processing. So the XML to XML to excuse me, JSON format, processing of your data can all be easily achieved with the help of outbound processing policies. So this is what is made simpler with the help of APIM. I can define restrictions at the network level, IP restrictions, or the connections requests. All these can be achieved at ease with the help of a simple configurations, which is otherwise too complex for me. So I can choose the URL, I can get the web service URL through which my clients can access. So when you are in a standard, basic, or developer tier, you also get and benefit of a developer portal on your API, which can expose your documentation and code samples that is going to help your consumers, that is whomever is consuming your API, much simpler. So this API management can seamlessly connect with services which are on-premise, cloud, or other Azure services, and this meets my business need of exposing my website into an APM service. Yes. And now comes now I have the website through which the customer is going to push the order, and I have the backend application which is going to process my orders. Yes, I need a messaging service that can decouple these two components. So when I go deeper in understanding what are the needs of my messaging service, an asynchronous approach is required. That is, I don't require both my systems to be online at the same time to get this order executed. My backend application can be offline, my front end application can push the order, and when this comes up, it can pick it up and then process. So that is the kind of uh, loosely coupled or asynchronous processing that I am expecting. Yes, business exceptions should be handled. Like say, for example, and I'm placing an order for a particular item, and my backend processor finds that this item is no longer available and it cannot be processed at this moment. So my backend application should be in a position to handle this error, and my messaging service should support it. That is, it should take care of. It should allow deadlettering a message so that it cannot be processed at this moment. So this is a messaging service, and any message which cannot be processed at this moment, I should be allowed to handle it in an efficient way so that it can be later visited and then processed. Yes, and ordered processing. So say there are multiple orders coming for the same item, and this has to be processed in the first in, first out order. So I need to put in a queue messaging service which can take care of ordered processing. Duplicate should be handled. Say when I am getting a multiple orders from the same person within the same duration, I need to make sure that I eliminate the subsequent orders and retain only the first order. So that should come in inherently on the messaging service. That is what I expect from the messaging service here. And in reliable enterprise grade messaging, that is, no message should go missing. It should either be processed at this moment, and if not, it should end up into another poison queue which my system or failover system can see through and then take necessary action at a later point in time. So Azure Service Bus exactly fit into all these business requirements. It can allow you to design a non-blocking interaction, and you all know the queue is for first in and first out, so it ensures ordered processing of your messages. It can detect duplicate detection on your messages. Let me show you all these in the portal so that you get to better understand that. Say if I have to create a queue from the scratch, I have a namespace within which I'm creating a queue to meet all these requirements, right? So I set a size to my queue based on the message size that I am dealing with, and a maximum delivery count. So pay attention to each and every properties that we discuss here. Each and every property fits into a real-time business use case. So if I have to custom build a solution to meet this, that's practically not imaginable. But I here have a service with mere configurations. I'm meeting my business needs. Yes. So I set and message time to live. This message time to live specifies that if this message is not processed within this limit, it will automatically get into the dead letter queue. So when I say 3 hours, when any incoming order should be processed within 3 hours. Otherwise, it needs to be brought into the attention of the failover system. So I can set this as in 3 hours. Yes, what happens on message expiration? Say if within 3 hours the backend processor did not pick this message and then process, what should happen? I can enable dead lettering on this message expiration. Yes, and this log duration says that this is the amount of time for which this message will be logged when the receiver become pulls it. Like within for 30 seconds, the message will be logged for being processed by the application. So if you feel that your application is going to take longer to process this, then you will have to mention as appropriate log duration. And enabling partitioning, say if you are dealing with a complex scenario wherein your messages has to be dealt with the different message brokers, then you need to enable partitioning on your queue. But right now I am choosing not to enable that. There is also another configuration that is possible, that is duplicate detection. I can choose to and queue to be enabled with a duplicate detection. So how does it work? So, and there is a duplicate detection time frame that I can set on the queue, which will allow me to say within 12 minutes, if multiple messages arrive with a specific message ID, only the first message would be taken into account. All the subsequent messages will be ignored. That is, they would never get into the original queue nor into the dead letter queue. So if you're finding it challenging to understand or visualize how does the dead letter queue or the main queue look like, let me take help from our tool Serverless 360. So as I said, Serverless 360 is built to enable your Azure operations. That is, anything that is difficult to achieve in the Azure portal that can be achieved using Serverless 360 as a tool. For example, the messages that we were talking about. How does messages look inside a queue? So here is a service bus queue which has got messages within that. I have dead letter messages. So when I say dead lettered messages, it means these have not been processed by the downstream application at this time. There could be number of reasons why this happens. There could be reasons like time to live expiry. That is, we defined 3 hours as time to live for a message, and within 3 hours, if the message is not getting processed by the backend application, it ends up here. And there could be in reasons like custom reasons, like the item was out of stock now. This can also be an dead letter reason, right? So now let me try to pull in all the dead letter messages from this queue to take in corrective action. So I am retrieving 10 messages from the queue. So this might not be directly possible in the portal, but this could be an operational need that gets fulfilled by a tool like this. So how does a service bus message look like? It would contain and properties. This could be custom properties, the related reason and the description. Content of the message would be there, and the message will have in turn message properties to deal with. And you can also find the reason behind why this message has ended up into this particular queue. And these are an extensive set of properties of the message, which talks about its number of deliveries, counts, what time it has got into the queue, and what is its ID, the unit ID. If it is a partition enabled message, what's the partition key of it, what is its time to live. All these gets displayed here. So these are all some properties, or that is system properties of a message. You can also define custom properties based on your business need. So this service bus queue and allows us to configure or define the properties which can fit into my real-time business scenario. For example, duplicate detection or dead lettering to handle business exceptions. Yes, it is also possible to make it highly available or a geo replication. That is, when I say geo replication, if one region in which I have deployed the queue goes down, I cannot afford to lose messages that are coming from my website, right? So I can geo replicate it. So I can have this created in another region. So every resource that we create in the Azure portal is associated with an region. So I have all these geo recovery as an as a property on the uh, solution and that service that Azure provides. So it's so simple for me to replicate my queue in multiple regions, and you can get to understand the current region from here. So it's right now created in South India. I can choose to have this geo replicated in multiple regions, so that if the Azure region South India goes down, my another region picks up the messages that are incoming. Now comes our need for orchestration service. So the requirement here was a straightforward way to interact with my third-party integrations like CRM or on-premise application or in Salesforce. The best solution for this would be an Logic app. A Logic app in Azure portal can allow you to orchestrate your business workflow. So here is then every Logic app will have a trigger. So in this case, I am triggering this Logic app whenever a message is received in my new order queue, and I have a series of actions that need to be performed to execute this business. So as I said, this Logic app is expected to interact with multiple other third-party applications. So here I have multiple connectors that allow me to perform my integration with a third-party application. So as you see here, this is orchestrating, that is one after the other. What are the steps that need to be executed to complete this order? And then what needs to happen? It has to send out an email notification to the stakeholders. So if the beauty of this Logic app is like it comes with inbuilt connectors that facilitates me to interact with third-party applications seamlessly. So like in most of the cases, you need not even write a single line of code. Say for example, I want to connect my system with Salesforce. So here is my list of connectors that Logic app provides, and I get to understand that I've got a number of connectors that are available for my systems that I am looking for. So I'm trying to look for Salesforce connectors. So here I have Salesforce a connector being supported, and I can perform multiple operations like create a job, create a record, delete a job at ease without writing a single line of code. And when I need to integrate with a CRM system, depending on what CRM that I am using, is it Dynamic 365 or any other CRM applications that gets listed here, and the supported actions are available to me to connect with.
Sorry to interrupt you. Like time is running.
Suhas?
Yes, Salil, I think time is running. We can try to wrap up the session.
Yeah, sure. I'll wrap it up. Yeah, so here is an polling routing service that can help me avoid polling on my integration. So let us try to put all these together to understand how these work as an integration application. So here is my web application through which the customer submits an order. It gets compiled as a message, and it gets pushed into a service bus queue. And from the service bus queue, and whenever a message is arrived, I have an event grid, which is a routing service that my service bus triggers an event to the event grid that says the message has come in, and the event grid lets my Logic app know that the message has arrived. Now my Logic app can connect with my service bus to retrieve the message. Yes, and this Logic app is capable of connecting with my third-party applications, which are exposed through API management, which could be my SaaS application or my on-prem application exposed as an API service. So this is how my Azure integration services can work together to fulfill my business needs. And this bringing me to the end of the session. And you can post any questions you have at my Twitter or LinkedIn handle. And even I would try to stay in the comments for a while for you to understand to answer any of your questions. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Salil. So thanks for the demo. If you have any questions, you can reach out to him. So this is a Twitter handle. You can reach out to her.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks, Salil. Yeah, I think this is going to be our last session for the for the day. So it will be given by Mohit. So the session will be like Azure governance for scale. So over to you, Mohit.
Thank you, Suhas. Hey everyone, thank you everyone for joining this session. And if you are still on this session, congratulations because you are a true community champion. You are the individuals who want to learn, who are spending so much time on a Saturday. Good luck, all of you. You are true champions. Um, Today I am gonna talk about Azure governance for scale, and in order to do that, I have to start with sharing my screen. So let me do that. To start with a brief introduction about myself, my name is Mohit Chabra. I am a Microsoft Azure MVP, and I'm also a cloud operations architect at Config GmbH in Germany. And today I'm going to speak about Azure governance for scale. So, whenever we are presenting or I am presenting, I like to divide my sessions into three categories. The first category is why, then what, and how. Out of these three questions, the most important thing is why. Why do we need a specific technology? Why do we need a specific service? What problem are we trying to solve? Second is what are the different options? What exactly we can do? What are the service that we can utilize? And the third is how. So first to start with, I'm going to talk about why because that's the most crucial part of any component. To figure out why do we need to do any sort of governance. Like what happens in a company, I've been working with multiple companies throughout my career. I have acted as a cloud architect, and right now I'm in a product based company, but before that I have worked with with a company as a consultant, and I used to go to different companies and different clients, and there I've looked into different organizations, and their overall cloud environments were a mess. And you know why they were a mess? Because every in every company has multiple teams. Every team has their own subscriptions on methodology of governing it, same different naming convention. There is no uniformity across organizations. Uh, these teams are running in silos. The engineering team, for example, working on a different product is organizing their resources in a totally different way, and another team is working on Azure as well, but in a totally different way. The sales is working, or pre-sales are working on Azure as well, but they are using their own naming convention. So when it comes to governance, it becomes very, very difficult because there is no baseline structure underneath to make sure that you have uniformity across the organization. And that's one of the very challenging stuff because if you go out as a consultant and look into different teams and you look into the mess that they have created, you understand that okay, you need to have some sort of governance model to make sure that a they are aligned within the company, b it's easier to maintain, and c you can have a system which you can use to scale out. So the idea is that if you are putting some sort of governance into the existing resource, it should be designed in a way that if you have 20 more subscriptions or for example 20 more customers, you should be able to scale it up individually and automatically. So you don't have to spend a lot of time again and again and again as you scale up. The idea is very simple that you design something and then you put it to scale. Um, but it's not easy. And it's not easy because a lot of the company does not invest a lot of time in identifying a good governance model for themselves. And it costs them much more than what they're going to spend on having a governance model because not having a governance model ends up in spilling all over the place. And it on a longer term, I've seen it's very difficult to manage. Very, I will give you a very small example. I have been I have been to some organizations where and looked into their Azure resources, and those companies does not have tags. So now they have resources running. They do not know who created these resources because activity works on restores for like 90 days, right? There are few servers which have been running, and when I say few, I mean tens and hundreds of servers. So you can imagine the kind of cost that they are incurring on those servers. They have no idea who created them, which team needed them, what was the purpose of those servers, are they used, um, are they currently used or not? Because if you have production environments, that's easier to identify. But something like pre-sales environment where they create demos, whether they still need those demos, nobody knows. That's something that they didn't thought of at that point. But after 1 year, 2 year, when these servers have been running for 2 years, maybe the person who was responsible for those servers had already left the company. Now what should we do? We basically send an email to everyone in that company and ask them if they know about these servers. We got response of some, but you cannot get response for all the servers. So you can delete some, you cannot delete some. You are still in a messy situation. But how do you work in a way that to make sure that you have a good governed system which we can use from one subscription to 50 subscription to 5,000 subscriptions? Or in another words, I can also say that you can scale for one customer. Let's say you are a company who is providing SaaS. So currently I'm working for a company, or I'm responsible as a cloud architect to make sure that we have different clients. So I provide SaaS services to my clients, and my goal is to make sure that the infrastructure that I'm developing for them is resilient, and we have an availability of 99.5% minimum SLAs. That is almost 3 hours 30 minutes per month downtime is of downtime of around 3 hours 40 minutes or so. So my role is to make sure that if I am going from one subscription or if I'm going from one client, now I am in a situation where I started from one, now I have 10 clients. By next year, we will have 100 clients. In 2024, we are expecting to have 150, and then so on and so forth. So, what are my options? I keep on hiring in my team, and my team is going to explode, but that's not the most efficient way of working. So instead, what we do is design the solutions in a way that we can use those solutions to scale the same infrastructure or same ecosystem to n number of instances if it's needed. So let me tell you on what are the different options that we have. But before I go into this, I will just talk about the why part a bit more. So what's happening in the world is that the world is changing rapidly. Every company is right now spending a lot of money and efforts into digitally transform them and innovate themselves um, to be a better software company. If you see, I say that every company is a software company now. If they say that we have an oil company, no. If they say they are a manufacturing company, no. Every company is a software company now, and their prime business is not building software or not providing IT services. But at this point of time, everyone needs software, and their overall business are dependent on those softwares. So they are also trying to digitally innovate a lot, because if we do not innovate, we become dinosaurs. We all have seen what happened with Nokia. They are doing good with the 5G services right now, but they were pioneer at some point of time in mobile technology, but they didn't innovate it enough at the right point and move to Android. But they continue to work with Symbian, and hence they lost the battle which they were leading at some point of time. Um, so every company understand that right now, and they innovate quite fast. Their R&D departments are working day in and day out to make sure that they are ahead on this race. And the speed to market has changed. That's one of the reasons we have DevOps functionality methodology in the market as well, that to make sure we fail fast and we deploy fast. CI/CDs pipelines, if you understand those, it's making all these things very fast. Now the point is that if we do not have a governance model over a period of time, you are cluttered with too many different things, and you do not have time to fix those issues, and you do not even know how to fix those issues. So there is no accountability, you don't have a good compliance over them, there is no consistency, uniformity across the environments, and the cost, as I gave you an example, explodes drastically. So what are the options? Like, you sacrifice speed for control. Mm, I don't think any of you would agree that that's the way to move forward. Like, slow moving, we are not in that era anymore. It might have survived in 90s, but the world that we are living in right now is moving fast. It's moving quite fast. So we also have to make sure that we move accordingly, but design our systems in a way that A, there is no downtime, but B, they are also governable, maintainable, or manageable on a long term in a cost efficient way. So we get some inbuilt tools from Microsoft Azure to do this governance. So we covered the why part. Now we'll talk about the what part. So in what, we have different tools that comes out of the box from Azure to manage or govern Azure, and I'm going to talk about few of them today. To start with, we have policies. And policies, basically, as the name suggests, is a set of rules that you uh, predefine, and to make sure that your environments, your ecosystem, your infrastructure comply to those policies at any point of time. Now, the I'm going to talk about them in detail, so don't worry if you have not understood them completely. The another option is Blueprint, and what does Blueprint does is it gives, as the name suggests, it's a blueprint for your overall environments. So you can put multiple things into Blueprint. You can put policies into blueprints as well, and then apply those blueprints at the subsystem level or the management group level. And if I talk about management group, it's a structural hierarchy where you can put your subscriptions and then manage them individually or in a group. So I'm going to talk about these things in the next slides in detail. So if you didn't understood so far the meanings of these services, don't worry, we'll have it covered. So to start with, I'm going to talk about the management group. So management group is nothing but a logical, hierarchical grouping of resources which can be put together. And when I say resources, I basically means the Azure subscriptions. So you can have a root management group, and inside that, based on the departments. Now, this whatever I'm saying is not meant for everyone. So management group is something that you should design based on your use case scenarios. But I will give you some ideas what can be the different use case scenarios. Um, so the idea is that everything that a parent has will be inherited by a child. I think we all understand the concept of parent and child inheritance. So if I have access to the parent management group, I will have access to all the management groups underneath and the subscriptions underneath. So you structure these subscriptions into the management group. So how do you design these management groups? So management groups basically is designed in a way that makes sense to your organization. I will give you some idea. For example, if I have an organization, I can have the production management group or a pre-prod management group. Um, all other options are basically you can have different departments. Like for example, I'm in the cloud department. I take care of the cloud department, so I can I This is what I have done in my company. So we have divided into two, which is managed by IT and managed by me in operations. So the IT company, IT in the company basically take care of the all the internal subsystems that we need to run, and I take care of all the production environments that we have. So we divided into different organizations. Then I divided into different. Whether it's an internal subscription for me, I have some backbones that is required to keep my applications running, or my DevOps running, my infrastructure pipelines running, and so on and so forth. So there are stuff for that, and there are customer subscriptions. So I manage them separately, and the policies that I define for customer subscriptions are different from the policies that we define for internal subscriptions. Just to give you a high level idea, for a customer subscription where we are hosting, because as I mentioned, I'm hosting the subscription for my customers. That means I'm basically providing them SaaS services, and I have their data in these subscriptions, so I'm responsible for their security as well. So what we do is, in the customer subscription, we put highest level of security possible. I cannot go in and change anything manually. I do have privileges to do it as a global administrator in the company, but I will not go in and then change anything manually. Everything is controlled via pipelines, via infrastructure as a code, and also the security. Nothing is allowed. For example, I cannot have any public IPs on the environments. I cannot open any ports as I want to. So those are like some security policies that I have put in already. Uh, I am ISO 27001 certified. So I what I do is, I have to take care of the compliance as well. So for my internal subscriptions and my internal backbone subscriptions and my customer subscriptions have to be on the highest level of security. But some of the demo subscriptions where we just play around does not have to have that kind of security. So we have different policies for that. So I would say this management group and everything is depends upon your requirements. So you have to understand your requirements, your current setup, and then we organize it in a way that makes sense to you and your organization. Like I was talking about, there can be different options. There you can divide it into the functional. So, like for example, you have finance in one management group, marketing in one, uh, or you can have business where you have different auto business or aerospace business into different management group, or you can divide it by geographies. You can have North America have a different management group, and Europe has a different management group, and then you can manage them individually underneath in the subscription server. So if you see, like in the accounts, if people who have access to this will also have access to all the subscriptions underneath. I think this is quite clear that if you have access to the parent, you have access to everything that a parents own. Like I will just take a minute to talk about Albert. So Albert systems basically give us an opportunity to give the user or any security principal the access that it needs. We can have built-in control, or we can have custom roles as well. The idea is very simple, and we call it the least privileges principle, that you only give access on what's required, nothing more, nothing less. And basically, if I can go to a subscription, I can give access at the management group level, I can give access to a subscription level, or individual resources level, or resource group level. But if I do not need an owner privileges, I should not have an owner privileges. If I just have to see whether services are running or not, I will just give them a reader access. If an individual have to just work with monitoring, I will just give them the monitoring access, and this gives you an idea on who have the right privileges, so you can create multiple groups, and based on those groups, like a reader group, a monitoring reader group, support group, depends upon your how organization is set up, and based on that you can give them the access to those groups, and those groups are basically managed for giving the RBAC on different management group or different subscriptions. Talking about Azure policy, so as the name suggests, it's a policies, it's a built-in controls or rules, set of rules that you have identified to provide or put a restriction on your subscriptions. So you identify a group of rules, and then you put it at the management group level or at the subscriptions level, and then all the subscriptions underneath, all other another definition, all the resources underneath will automatically comply to those policies. We are going to have a quick look into it as well, but before I go into that, what are the recommended policies? There are multiple, and it depends on what you're trying to achieve. What I have done is, you can take a screenshot of this as well if you want to, but I can tell you what I have done. So I have, as I mentioned, that I have to make sure that all my systems are always A, secure, and B, compliant. So I put in compliance policies for ISO 27001 and also security. So I have policies that every resource that I add onto this system automatically have Azure Security Center enabled, and the data automatically connects to the Azure Sentinel. So I have a SOC running. All the security related data automatically goes to the SOC then. And the 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 policies that I have for ISO 27001 compliance make sure that I am always compliant. So if I get an inspection at any point of time, I can always prove that I am compliant with the best practices or the ISO 27001 guidelines. So I'm gonna give you a quick demo on that, and maybe that will make sense. But before we go on there, I have to talk about Azure Blueprints as well. So what is Azure Blueprints? Azure Blueprints is basically a combination of everything that we have talked about apart from management group. So you can have, as the name suggests, it's basically a blueprint which comprise of the RBAC systems. You can put RBAC on a blueprint, and then the policies definition that we just discussed about, but also ARM templates. And if you do not know about ARM templates, they are basically templates to define your infrastructure. Um, and then you can put together into a blueprint, and then you can apply this blueprint to multiple subscriptions, and that's how you can scale, because you have a blueprint, right? And if you apply it to one, it will put all the policies, it will put all the ARM templates file back into one subscription. But if you have 150 now, then you can just go in and select multiple subscription and click on apply. That basically gives you an opportunity to put the governance at scale. So before I go on to a demo, I will just show you that you create a blueprint, and then what you do is you apply that blueprint to a scope. That scope can be subscription level or the resource group level or at the management group level. So before we go on questions answer, let me create another opportunity to show you a demo. If I come to management group, this is my personal subscription that I use to play around and test. So you will see there are no structure to it, and let's make those structure together right now. So right now I have 4 subscriptions, and if you see, I have couple of Visual Studio subscriptions and couple of Microsoft Azure sponsorship subscriptions. So what I will do is at the management tenant level, I will say mm, VS subscriptions. Now what I'm doing is I have four subscriptions, but it's easier to manage right now. But imagine I have 400 or 4,000 subscriptions. Then it's a nightmare to manage these subscriptions, right? So we need to put them into some sort of a structure, a management grouping or a logical grouping. And that is what we are trying to do right now by via the management group. So I have created a subscription with Visual Studio license. Let me create with Azure sponsor. Uh, Wait, I got an error. Let's see what the error is. Uh, I am the owner of this for sure. Let me create. Okay, let me create it by this way. BS subscription. Perfect. If you see, I have the new management group over here. So let me move these Visual Studio subscriptions to the another management group. If you see, I'm moving it to the VS subscriptions. Now my hierarchy is that at the bottom, at the root, we have tenant, and then inside that I have VS subscriptions, where I will move all my Visual Studio subscriptions. And then I can have a different structure, different hierarchies. I'm not going to do another management group right now, but you understood the concept, right? At the root level, I have the tenant. Inside that, I have VS subscription. I can have sponsorship subscriptions, and then I can manage them differently in a different way because both of them are solving a different problem for me. So now if I go to Azure Blueprint, blueprints, so let me quickly create a blueprint. So if you see, there are options that we can choose from. There are pre-built samples or templates, or you can create a blank one. So I'm going to start with a blank one and say demo. I'm going to put the location as the VS subscription here. This is important, the next step. So you can have artifacts. Artifacts, for example, I'm going to talk about policies because we want to discuss about policies. So if you see, I have tons of policies, but I will give you some idea on what are important policies. So there are different initiatives. Initiative basically consist of multiple policies. Um, for example, I have ISO policies here. So this consists of multiple policies underneath. If I say yes and say come back, put more policies, and say audit virtual machine without disaster recovery. So where we do not have disaster recovery, or where the where the tags are not there, or if you can define the SKUs of virtual machine or any other services, you can define the location of allowed location, you can define whether the moment a resource is deployed, what you should do. So you can have lot of automations with this. So as I'm running out of time, I will quickly complete this, and I will take a couple of more minutes to show this demo. So I have to publish it, say version 1.0. Definitely not in a situation where I can call it 1.0, but let's call it 1.0. So I have my blueprint ready, and I'm gonna assign it to a subscription. So because I have put it in the VS management group, I can only see the subscriptions under the VS management group. And I'm putting this assign. It's gonna take a minute to assign these policies, but the moment you're done, and what happens is it takes time to evaluate these policies. So don't get hyper if you assign and it's not updated. So you can update it with the PowerShell command, right? So you can do a scan again on the policies, whether you are compliant with the policies or not. Something went wrong. I have to register the resource provider. So that's gonna take a minute. That's in which subscriptions I was trying to assign it to. Visual Studio Enterprise. Let me quickly go to the subscription. Visual Studio Enterprise resource. Wait, it says B6B8219. Is it correct? Yeah, it should. I have the blueprint in it here. But we are running out of time, so I can do re-register, but I can quickly try it on the another subscription as well. If not, I can quickly show you something. So if you assign a policy, and what you can do is, let me show you that part. Okay, at least it's assigned well. Perfect. So if I go to the subscription and then go to the policy, you can see the compliance score. Right now it has not started evaluating. We have just deployed it. So you will see all the different compliance over here. And you can go to the remediation. There are few policies which say deploy if not exist. If those kind of policies are there, you will see all those details over here. And then you can click on remediate to trigger the automation to remediate those policies and make the associate changes. So you can keep a track. You have this gamification dashboard to make sure that you are always compliant. And if you're not, you can work on those individual policies, identify them and filter them based on the status of it, and then deploy those policies. So that's it from me for today. We are a bit over time anyhow, but it's a bigger topic and I'm open for all the questions. If you have any questions, and if you do not have any questions right now, you can always reach out to me on my LinkedIn. I also have one of the biggest Facebook communities on Azure. It's called Microsoft Azure for Beginners. Uh, so you can go to Facebook and then search for it, and then I will be happy to answer all your questions if you are looking at this at a later point of time.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Mohit. Guys, if you have any doubts, you can reach out to him, LinkedIn, or this is his Twitter handle, Mohit_Techie. You can also reach out to him if you have any doubts, and I'll also mention this Twitter handle in the description of this video. So once again, thanks, Mohit. So thanks for the demo, and thanks for speaking in our community.
Thanks for having me, Suhas.
Yeah,
Really appreciate. Thanks, everyone.
thank you. Okay, so I think we came to the end of the day. So like we had around 6 to 7 sessions where we covered about Azure Function Storage, account governance, and etc. Um, so if you haven't joined our meetup group, so this is our meetup group. So the URL is meetup.com/techme360. Let me quickly show it in the banner. So this is our meetup group. So if you go to that link, so there'll be a join button here. So here there'll be a join button, so just click onto that, and if you have any if you create any events in the future, you'll be notified, and all our few past events you can able to view it. So as mentioned earlier, we are doing events virtually, and we are doing it every month. And since for the past 2 years we are doing it, we have all the videos in our YouTube channel. So our YouTube channel name is Techme360. You can just go and watch the video. So we have some sessions on Azure and Angular, and etc. So if you're interested, you can also go and take a look at it. And I would like to thank all the speakers and all the participants, being active in the comments, and also all the speakers. Even there was a delay, and speakers, they deliver the session at time, and thanks to everyone. And if you have any feedback, either positive or negative, just mention it in the Twitter. So our handle is techme360. So you can just tag us in Twitter, or if you have any feedback, you can also mention it in our meetup group. If there are any negative feedbacks, we'll try to improve it in the future. So thanks everyone, and stay safe, guys. So we'll meet in our next event. So thank you.